Hello everyone and welcome. It's Wednesday and we're gonna play some Foundry. Yes, here we go. So things have been there's a ship landing quite loudly right next to me. This is a silly place to stand. Let's go and find somewhere a little bit quieter to stand while we talk about what's been going on recently. So yes, last week we did stuff. We went off over to this copper patch down here, and this is one of the hexagonal ones, the ore veins. So I've gone down there, put in some vein miners, started smelting it, and then turning it directly into green circuits on site there, which are then being flown over by this plane here and dropped off onto the belts, and they're being exported here. As you can see, we've got potentially up to a yellow belt of circuits coming out over here. Those are then pouring into the bus and into the mall area over there, and then I think there's another belt under here somewhere that I can't see because there's a tangle. Oh, there it goes, carrying those off down to the drone and robot construction area further down the factory. So that's going to be the next thing to take a look at. As I think I said in the video description, one of the things I want to do now is bimble my way along here and find out what things are currently input limited, and also check on maybe which bots, whether there are any bots that are currently output limited or rather aren't being made quickly enough. So that'd be that's a couple of things to look at, and then after that I'll dig my to-do list out, which I have left on a notepad over on all the way over there on the windowsill. So I'll grab that and check out what the other things on my to-do list from a couple of weeks ago were, because I don't think I got all the way through it. Oh yes, I also want to continue to expand my solar area over there. It's pretty big already, but it's not quite providing enough power for the entire factory yet. So that needs some expansion. And I was going to play around with the circuit system and find a way to turn off the big steam turbines over on the other side of the river until the batteries get down below a certain level. So that's going to be very, very worth doing. Okay, but first things first, let's have a look. So I did note that the belt carrying the green circuits, which I can't find now because here it is not moving steadily, and therefore we clearly have enough of those at the moment, or rather something else is going to be my limiting factor. Oh, and hello Inks, welcome, good to have you around. So coming along here, yeah, all of the inputs here seem to be solid, so that's good. Along here, they're moving steadily, but they are backed up a bit. Right, we're still short of glass. That's kind of ridiculous, given how much effort I put into expanding the glass supply, but that is still a shortage. So let's find my notepad and write that down on here. Here we go, I found it. It wasn't quite as far away as I made it sound. This room is quite small. So, also need more glass. So I put recycle soil on it, so I've kind of done that, at least for now, but there's going to be a mod update at some point, sorry, not a mod update, a game update at some point that's going to require me to redo that by the sounds of it, so I'll leave that for the moment. The copper vein mine by aircraft, I've done that, and I've done the green circuits, kind of. They're fast enough for the time being, so I'm going to call those done and cross them off. And one of the things I needed to do then was check the screen box, apparently, because that was the thing that was specifically short. And there we go, they're trickling out at a rate over here. I bet, yes, they're limited by glass as well. So we're only using slightly less than half the machines currently to make those. So that's going to need, that's reliant on the glass. I notice there's a belt down there that doesn't have very many advanced components on it. The belt seems to be full as it's flowing out of here, though. So let's stick in an upgrade along here like this, bip and bip, and also then I'm going to need to upgrade the splitters. That you're not a splitter, you're a splitter, like that, and then yeah, okay, there we go. Now that belt is full. But while we're at it, let's come through here and also upgrade that splatter. Can I, if I can get my reticule onto it, which I can't. Oh, it's already upgraded. Right, okay. That'd be why I couldn't. So we'll upgrade this belt. Oh, I've run out of yellow belts. Did that mean this didn't upgrade properly all the way? This looks suspiciously like I had exactly the right number of yellow belts, which seems very, very unlikely, but also seems to be the case. Let's go and get some more anyway, because I want to upgrade that a little bit further along. Then I've got pink science, solar, and circuit control of turbines. So basically the things most of the things I was talking about. On the way through, in fact, let's grab some more, yes, you are battery packs. Yoink. and solar, which is this one. I remember putting this one in last week. Yep, solar. Yoink. And hopefully we'll get some more of those sooner or later. And I came over here to get more yellow belts. Well, there's some of them over here. Zoop, belt 2. That one, so I can get 200 like that. And you know what? While I'm here, I'm going to grab the other 200 from over here as well, just because I'd rather have more than less. Or fewer, perhaps I should say. Okay, so that was the... it's got darker all of a sudden. I did discover, actually, when I was recording some videos, and you might have noticed there are now videos coming out for Foundry as well, that there are some options in here for things like turning the day-night cycle off and stuff like that. And you may have noticed from my Factorio videos in the past that I do quite like turning off the day-night cycle when I'm making videos, because it makes things a little bit more visually effective, because then you can actually see what's going on in the video. I don't do that during actual gameplay, especially in games which have solar power, because it's clearly cheating. But for making videos, I don't feel remotely bad about that. Right, there we go. So now we've got twice the capacity coming through here, and that means that means now the supply is insufficient. So let's go back over here and boost that as well, because it just seems like a good idea. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 machines at the moment making it. And the input supplies, actually we do seem to have a bit of a shortage of steel. So this is that traditional factory game thing where you find a problem, you sort it out, and then you think, or you go in and you try and sort it out, and it turns out that's just pushing the problem back a stage. So we have an insufficiency of steel coming in through here, and that seems to be because we have, we have a solid belt coming in here. So I guess it's time to play the old Upgrade-O-Matron game again. So we'll whack in that. Yes, that's correct. And that. And, actually I want to have this selected. No, I don't. I want to have this selected. I can just work my way through doing some upgrade. In fact, it has upgraded. Did that do it all by itself automatically? If so, that's awesome. Right, so that one there is currently a red one. So if I click on here, boop, and upgrade that. No, it hasn't upgraded it automatically. I must have done these previously. That seems odd, but maybe I did. Okay, I won't complain if I did. So, but anyway, I can run through here. Oh, the mic. Yes, the microphone was in the wrong place. Sorry about that. There we go. It should be better now. And yeah, professional streamer here and all that sort of all that jazz. That should now be significantly better, hopefully, or at least back to normal. Yeah, I am not 100% sure whether this is upgrading the splitters or not. Is very strange. Oh, this has gone all the way down to here. Yeah, that splitter has not been upgraded. Well, there's no point in upgrading not the belt and not the splitter, so I'll do that one as well. Hello, regular, as well. Welcome. So, what was I looking at? Oh, yes, it was the advanced mechanical components that were being made somewhere. There's a shortage of basic electronic components here as well. Is that a shortage? Yeah, most of the copper that's running in there is being used, and all turned into the components along here. I might need to run in another belt of copper. We'll see whether that's actually a problem. But now we do seem to have more of the advanced mechanical components coming out here. I don't know if we've actually caught up yet, or if we're even going to. But it does look better. So these are flooding in here, and they're just all getting eaten up. Now these machines do like to pick up quite large quantities of whatever it is they're eating. Although these are actually, no, they're only going up to 3. Maybe it's only the outputs that fill up quite high. I think this is going to be one of those places where I go, okay, that is a bit better. Let's leave that to run for a few minutes, and then come back and see how things are going. And go, look, there's a sheep on the remains of the mountain there. So I do have plenty of other things to be getting on with. I mentioned earlier that the solar power over here is insufficient, should we say. We could do with a little bit more of that. So let's get out the old copy-paste-o-matron tool and find an area where I've actually built everything. So here, select from there to there. Try and get around these pylons to there. Yes, and there. And we can go confirm copy. Oh, that isn't what I meant to, oh, well, isn't what I meant to do. I meant to do. In fact, let's start that again, because it's easy. It's a lot easier to do a copy in place, because then you don't have to worry about lining it up and stuff like that. So I want to select there to there. No, we don't. We want to remember, Laurence. This is one of the selectors where you have to. This is a drag a 2D shape selector, not a click 3 times selector, and it is mildly frustrating that there's both types in the game. So go to there, and then we say confirm copy in place. That's better. And then I go bob, 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 bob to there, and then bring up the control panel. I want to demolish decor. I want to demolish terrain, and I want to do a confirm paste. It's a very loud zappy noise, and we find that I still don't have enough pylons for this. Enough solar for this, because I keep making it bigger and bigger. So that's kind of on me. I'll accept that, but I need to get the extra solar panels in here before I can actually hook them up. The batteries can be hooked up, so we'll do that because we might as well. No, we won't, because I haven't got any cable. Oh, that's frustrating. I wonder if I ran out in mid. Yes, this ran out mid-build, so I don't have any cable connecting all the battery packs together. Fortunately, that's quite an easy one to fix. Let's fly back over and get some other stuff. And then I think my next build, I can either start making more drones, which are the little robots that you sell. I can make some big robots to sell down there, which means another assembly line and all the bits and pieces to feed that. Or I can go off or I can start making the next science pack. And you know what? Let's let you guys decide that for me. I'll put in let's put in a Twitch poll, because I don't use these things often enough. Do a poll. I would like to do a new poll, and what next? Little drones, big robots, or pink science. Was there anything else? Or this one. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Is that going to open? Oh, I see what that's done. Right. Okay. Go nuts. There are some options for next tasks. And I'm going to need some more solar panels. Have we made some more solar panels? We made one new solar panel. Why are we so sure? What do we? Oh, it's because I took all the batteries. It's because I took all the battery packs from here, and that means this is now slurping up all of the energy cells that are coming through. If are you literally the only person on Twitch? You're the only person talking, it seems. But I was hoping there'd be more people on Twitch than this. Apparently, the stats say there are 3 people watching on Twitch at the moment, so it's up to the 3 of you to decide what happens next. I also might need to go and look at energy cell production, because it hasn't stopped. It had stopped though, because there's a massive gap on the belt. Is it just that it's produced very, very burstily? Okay, so it's these machines. Why are you guys sad? No electronic components. Oh, these ones are working. Oh, I see. This needs to carry on. Do you need green circuits as well? No, you don't. But you do need electronic components. Apparently having the green circuits come in here is a problem, TM. Well, I can get one of these machines by extending this belt to here, and then putting in another inserter like that. But I can't get this one. So let's take it out, because there's no point in having a machine there that isn't doing anything. And then these, I can't upgrade these to better machines because I only have one type of fluid assembler. I think they just all seem to be in perfect sync with each other. So there must have been a massive shortage of these, of one of the components for this at some point. Then it's all started working again. And in fact, this pipe is very, very empty as well. What even are you? You're full of purple. You're full of low density olumite. Okay, that is I did not realise I had shortages of that, but okay, apparently I do. Are you making my low density olumite? And it's just that I've got one machine doing it, and that's not enough. Probably, I suspect. Welcome to Laurence gets very distracted by lots and lots of different things to investigate. Yeah, over here, yes, we're making low density olumite here, but not in sufficient quantities. Are you the only one making it? So you're also pumping it off over this way to be used by absolutely everything, and off this way to be used by lots of things over here. At least I'm sort of assuming these are all using it and not making it. I don't really know. I've forgotten how. I can't remember how anything works in my. Yeah, this is definitely using it. I can't remember how anything works in my petrochem area, because it's all a bit of a spaghetti tangle. Maybe that's another thing to put on the list, is sort out the damn petrochem area, because it's awful. In the short term, more of these would be a good idea. More machines making the low density. I don't even know why it needs a pump there. It's not going that. Oh, it is going quite a long. No, it's not. That's a different part, different fluid. It's not going that far. It's only going to here. But I put a pump in here, which makes me think I probably need. Oh, it's because it goes off all the way over there and all the way down there. Yeah, it's probably being used in massive quantities in all kinds of places. Right. Okay. So that's another thing. More low density olumite. Maybe that should have been on the what's the name questionnaire as well. Okay, so you think I should do circuit control of power generation? That, to be fair, does sound like the most interesting thing to do. Okay, so let's touch down for a moment and have a quick look at the requirements for this. So in this game, we have down at the bottom here an area of things that I have not played with yet. TM. Circuit control, pink science, and robots. Yeah, that does sound like a sort of a reasonably appropriate order to be putting them in. So down here we have data cables, which are presumably the equivalent to the red and green cables from Factorio. We've got an evaluator. Goodness knows what that does. Presumably that's a decider combinator. A memory cell, interesting. Processor, that'll presumably processes. Yeah, great. And a data source. So maybe I need to attach data sources and. Oh no, maybe this is a constant combinator, so I can just link up direct, because lots of the machines say they are they have data system support, as you can see there with the data memory cell, and with the. Are you a turbine? No, you're not a turbine. And with the turbine, yes, there we go, data system support, and probably the batteries as well, I suspect. Yeah, data system support. So my hope is I can whack one of these batteries in over next to the generators, plug into it, and find out, and then read it. And if it drops below 20% or something, then I can start pulling. Then I can spool up the steam generators. So let's make some data cable. How do I make data cable? That is pollen board and wire coil. So I'm going to need a load of copper for this, unsurprisingly. And you kind of expect to need copper if you're going to go and start doing wiring, don't you? Right, so back in here, I want to make 2 of that. I never run out of plastic. Conveniently, that's right here. Okay, so we'll make 10 plastic. That seems like an amount. I'm also going to make 1 of each of these so that I can play with them. And then we're going to call that enough for now and go over and see what we can do. And this is a little bit of a long flight to get over there, but it's not too bad. It's just over on the other side of this river. Whew, it's getting rather warm in here. I blame having a graphics card running, and also we had the central heating on earlier, so the house was at a sensible temperature, and now I've got my graphics card running, so it's now gone up to 25 degrees in here, which is frankly a little bit excessive. Yes, I hope so. I believe I've got some batteries. I feel silly if I don't. Yes, there we go. I've got 15 of them. Yeah, I keep grabbing them in order to expand the solar area, and ending up with far more than I actually need because I grab solar panels and batteries at a stack at a time, and I end up needing far fewer batteries. So let's put one of these guys in here. Do you need foundation? Do you need foundation? Yes, you do. Okay, we'll pull you back up again then. And we'll get out the laser, not that laser, this laser. Wind it up, open it up to a full 4x4 and go. Pew! We'll just dig out a huge area for this because then I've got a bit of extra flooring available in case all of my electrical components need special magic flooring as well. Battery large goes. Okay, it has to go this way around because it's large in that particular direction. And then I did grab some more cables, so I can go bip, bop, and there we go. Grid connection. Battery is 57% charged and is pulling in 7 megawatts per. Well, pulling in 7 megawatts. No pers in that. Okay, so I also picked up all of these things. So this cable was the first thing. So let's take it. Oh, I've got a lot of that. A lot more than I expected. So I can put you. Do I put you on top of that then? In the place. Yeah, there we go. So that's linked onto that. Then you. Do you have a specific place for cable in the same way the other one seemed to? Yes, you do. It's down there. I see it. So you've got your cable output is there. So I can then build this over like this. This stuff is chonky. Feels somewhat Minecraftian. Are they going to join? Yeah, they're going to join. Right. So there we go. We have now linked these two up by data cable. I'm going to have to move that pylon out, but never mind. That's the thing I can do. Right. So if I come over here and boop the boopometron, and we have power information. I imagine it's probably reading from the from here. I don't know how to interface with this. Can I use my tablet? Okay, B56. So the battery is 56% full. Okay, that's fine. It just reads without you having to go in and set it up or anything. Right, so I come over here. Can I interface with you? Maybe do I need to go and play with your control panel? I don't see anything there that I can fiddle with. Can I fiddle with you? I've got my copy texture. Oh, configure data system. There we go. Alt left mouse button. Right. Enable based on condition. If B is less than constant 20. Set. Close. Right. So now. Yeah, there we go. This one is not running. You can tell because there's no steam coming out of the top of it. But these ones still are because I haven't hooked them up yet. Excellent. That's worked exactly as I hoped it would. So, unsurprisingly, this is functionally more or less the same system as Factorio uses. There are some slight differences in sort of cosmetics and whatnot, but it works as I would expect it to, and that's brilliant. So, run a cable from there to there to there to yeah, there, and then I can pull out this guy. Oh, I need to. A couple more cables I need to do, and this one. Then I can go that to that and that to that. Oh, I can presumably run the cable just along all of these generators rather than having to put in the pylons. Maybe we'll fix that at some point. Right, let's just set my computer back to not having a poll running mode. There we go. Now I can see things a little bit better. Okay, so that's worked really nicely. I'm very, very pleased with that because it was easy and just worked, as they say. So now I need to run that cable all the way along here. Okay, we'll go to there because that's as far as I can go, and then to then promptly run out of cable. Okay, fine. I guess we'll be making some more cable. Another 5 is probably going to be plenty. So I'm put that there we go. Right, so that's all now hooked up, and if we look at this, we can see that there is a 64 on this cable. Right, then buzz back over here and go copy, paste, 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 paste. Right, now these are all set up with the appropriate data signal. I can find out if I could click on here. If B is less than 20, then run. So that should now mean that even tonight these won't kick in until that's nearly flat. The next thing to do is, I suppose, go and get some more copper and plastic and make a load more data cable, and then do the same thing for the geothermal power, but with battery capacity at, I don't know, 50% or something like that, because I want to use the batteries first until they drop to a certain point at least. Then I want to go and use the geothermal power until as a sort of secondary, because I think that's going to be more efficient than this one. Then when if I'm still short of power, then these can kick in and be the lowest priority. And over here we see that is it currently charging up? Yes, it is. 434044. Yeah, that number is going up nice and quickly. We've now got 61 large batteries instead of 60 because I've got banks of 10 and then an additional one over here. But never mind, that's not a problem. Interestingly, because we don't have that much solar, we aren't really charging the batteries up that quickly. So this is potentially a problem. I do still need a lot more solar over there, but that's going to need a lot more oleumite to get that processing going to run. However, I have still taken over to only using the medium efficiency power generation instead of using the low efficiency power generation. So you know what? For now, that's pretty good. I think this now is going to be time to let's go and fix the what was it? The low density oleumite production, because that seems to be a bit of a serious problem at the moment. Fix that one up, because that's needed for lots of things as far as I can tell. Then I can go in and cable in the other ones. Oh, did I not hook the transformer up? That would explain why they. Oh, I don't know. Was the transformer not hooked up? Did I disconnect the transformer? I probably did. We'll go and fix that. Yeah, and in theory, these will never kick in again. In practice, that's not going to be the case. Transformer, there it is. Bip, bop. In fact, you know what? While I'm here, let's tidy this up a bit, because I don't need that. And, nope, I do need that. I don't need that. And that. And that. And that. Because instead, I can be much neater, and I can go dum de dum de dum de dum dum de dum de dum dum. Just plug them all together directly together like that, which is much better. Yeah, you're quite right. I understand why it got disconnected. I just hadn't noticed that it got disconnected. I'd forgotten. I don't know. I'd forgotten what it's connected to. Right, let's go. You're a bit empty. Why are you empty? Are we now using... we're probably using more of the geothermal power because we're using less of these ones. Therefore, there's more demand. Okay, well, let's see if we've got the bits and pieces to put in some more of this. I want to copy from there to there. Oh, wait. I need to select an area. Try it again. I want to go from that. No, I don't. I want the pipes as well. I would like to go from here to here to whoop, bip. So that's 4, 5 there. Confirm copy in place, and then drag this way. Let's double it like that. If I've got the bits and pieces with me, I haven't clearly, but we'll see what we can do from here. So I want to demolish terrain as necessary, demolish decor as necessary, confirm paste, and there we go. I don't have any chemical processors. So I'll get some more. I'll go back, get some more chemical processes, and then I can, as if by magic, paste this in place from the other side of the world. And I believe it works. Oh, except now that pipe's too long. That is ridiculous. We're so close to the limit on the pipe that putting in this little extra bit has caused it to fail. That's crazy. Oop. So I'll put that there. And I should have a pump with me. I'm sure I saw some earlier. Pump. pump, that one. Put you in there. And also, that shouldn't be there. I think I placed it by mistake. Right, let's go. Let's go and get some more chemical processors and paste those in. To see if we've got any more solar, which we probably won't yet, because it's all going to be getting eaten up by making batteries. But, oh well. We'll work on it as we can. Hey, Wisebot, why didn't you block the spam? I do wish there was a slightly faster way of getting around the factory. Flying even at sort of accelerated speed like this, the running speed, as it were, is still a little bit slower than I would like. Okay, chemical processes are probably going to be in here somewhere. Steam turbine, pipe intake, lava smell, freight elevator, casting machine, pump jet, installation, flare stack. Maybe they're easier than I thought. Crushers, pylons, transformers, pumps. I should, you know what? I'm going to get some more pumps because I'm burning through these, and I'm not going to take the full stack. I'm going to take. I said I'm not going to take the full stack. There we go. I'm just going to fill up to a stack. Where are chemical plant processes? Alright, let's look at what's required to make a chemical processor, then hopefully I'll be able to work out where it is. Chemical processor is steel, plastic. Oh, it's probably a little bit further out because it needs some of these things like, yeah, green circuit. Well, it could be on this bank then, actually. Large pylon, lots and lots of unlabeled stuff because I've just stuck machines in for reasons. Fluid assembler. Chemical processor, there it is, that's the bunny. Give me those. Yoink. And now bring this back up again and confirm paste. Now I should be down to 23 chemical processors. Sort. And you know what? Let's get rid of all this biomass that I'm holding for no good reason. I don't want. And all the seeds as well. Crusher. Where are my chemical? I picked up 25 of them. Where have they all gone? At least I thought I picked up 25. I didn't pick up 25 of them. There we go. Confirm paste. Now have I got 23 of them? Yes, I have. Okay, so that's worked. Excellent. I clicked yeet, not yoink. Okay, thank you. Good description. I approve. Okay, so that's that bit. Next thing is as ever is going to be solar because I want to get more of that. Ah, look, we've got some chemical pods through now, so we can get some more solar lola. And I'm not going to take more batteries this time because I've still got plenty of those. And head back over here and do another copy pasta. Unfortunately, I don't have a I don't have a paste history, or a copy history rather. Now I can save things, so I sort of can, but I haven't saved things. Yeah, so it'd be nice to be able to say, you know, that thing I copied a little while ago. Can we have some more of that, please? But that isn't currently a thing. But I can do that. I can do copy and place, and then I can go bim, 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 de, bim out to there. I'm just going to continue making this bigger and bigger until I don't and assume that it's always going to not have enough bits. So we can do a confirm paste there, and again, it's very, very loud. Still, okay, I think is that saying I'm short 5 solar panels. That's not too bad. We're getting there. We're making important and useful progress. So you need to go from there to there to link that in. I can't link it into here really. Let's pull up that one. You are not actually vital, and put you in over here instead. Because then I can go bim, bim, bim like that and have it actually be linked in. The batteries need to be connected to a pylon because the cables aren't long enough to link them all the way across there. That is now, I think. Oh, there's a big long row. Oh. Okay, well, there appears to be a lot more solar suddenly going to be available than I realised, because I can link that to there, that to there, that to there. I didn't think I'd done it like this, but apparently I have. That to there, And you should be linked around there. Oh, yeah, you're going to ready to go over there. There's also some more batteries here that need linking in, so I'll put in another. What do you mean? Have I run out of pylons as well? No, I haven't. I've got loads of pylons. So run that from there to as far as it'll reach, which is about here, and then that can go back to. Too far away. Right, let's do it the other way around. Let's start from here and go out as far as I can this way, which is there, and then from there to there. Okay, that's a load more stuff hooked up now. So if we drop down here and have another look at this grid stats. We are generating 133 megawatts, and we are using, and of which 60 is going straight into the batteries. So we're now at this very point in time, we are, I believe, 30 megawatts over what we're actually needing. So we're not there yet because the factory seems to need 100 megawatts, and we're producing 133, and it needs to run off battery for half the time. So I think we're still going to need to expand the solar further. However, at the moment, we're chucking 60 megawatts, which is 2/3 of what the factory uses, almost 60% of what the factory uses, into the batteries. So they're charging up, and there's going to be a decent amount of power in them to keep things going for a while. And these steam turbines can kick in when we inevitably run out of power a bit late, when we run out of power overnight. So I think this is probably going to be okay. Just need to make sure. We just need to keep a little bit of an eye on it, and also keep expanding the solar whenever I get the chance to. Yeah. Okay. So that's all good, but I do still need more of the low density olumite, and I don't know where I'm going to make that because it's got a bit crowded around here, and I can't do it. So where's the pipe? There's the pipe. I can't do it over here. Actually, that's not true. If I remove that pump, move the pump from there to over here somewhere, then I'll be able to build more olumite processing out this way and push it in on the same pipe. That could work. There's a bit of space over here that I've not used yet. It's all a little bit crammed in around here, and I'm not sure I like it. It's a traditional. Here's one I made earlier, and I didn't leave enough space for it. I suppose the other alternative is to put it literally above and make a second floor over here. That's a possibility. I kinda hate it, but also I feel like it's a reasonable way to do things. Yeah, let's do that. So let's put in a platform here. Let's knock myself out of the sky with it neatly as well. So we can go to there. And then let's build out like this to all the way over the top of all of this area. Like so, and switch over to vertical drag, because then I can just do that with one pull of my mouse to there. And similarly, can I have another one over here? Since I mean, of course I can. There's always room for. Okay, so we need to come out another 2. That is 2 squares, isn't it? Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. In fact, you know what? Drag that all the way across there because I can. And similarly in here, I might as well. So that's that one. And then under here, I can have another support. So I failed a bit there. No, not there. Another support there, so it doesn't look like it's quite as floaty as it seems to be. And finally in the other corner as well, just because it feels like a good idea. That's going to go straight down into all of these machines, though. Is there anywhere I can run one up? Yes, I can bring a support up from about here. Let's do it from there, just in case that pipe needs to go somewhere at some point. Yape. Could you not? There we go. Go to there. Right, it's a little bit weird, but I mean, it looks like we've now got all 4 corners supported to one degree or another. So we then need to make more of this. So we don't know distillation columns. Right, let's go and get some distillation columns, because apparently that's a thing too. I'm guessing that's going to be on this thing. Chemical processor. That's a freight elevator. Transport shipboard. No, we've got into the wrong sort of things now. There's a distillation. Oh, no, here's the distillation columns. Right, we'll take some of those then. And we'll put lots of them in on top of here. I know I could sort of try and copy the whole thing vertically upwards, but actually I think it'd be a lot more useful to just pack a bunch of these in up here and have them all doing the same thing, making loads and loads of the light oil, no, the low density oil, and then work from that. So you are going. It's you, isn't it? Yes, it is. So no. Oh, I should have done a control copy. But if I get that out and copy that, and then I can paste, 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 paste. Okay, now we have to think about pipes, and I bet they've got. Oh, they're going to have side outputs, and I've not thought about that. Yeah, we've got a thing coming out here. We've got a thing coming out here, and presumably we've got the input then on the other side. Yes, we have. Okay, then. Well, let's think about things slightly more thoroughly. Now, my next question is, should I? Oh, I'm going to have to leave two. No, actually, ooh, yeah, I've answered my next question, which is going to be, should I rotate them alternately or not? And the answer is yes, because then I can put the pipes in the middle will be carrying one thing. Now, I'm going to need to run duplicate pipes along the outside, sure, but that's not a serious problem. I also forgot to do copy paste. I forgot to do a full copy, rather. I only did the machine copy. So, yeah, I'm going to need to run a pipe all the way along here with the low density and all the way back up the other side with the same thing to take it from all the machines. But I can stick one in here that will get the waste gas from both this one and this one without having to shenanigan around with that too much. So, let's get some pipes out and start doing all kinds of nonsense. So, I'm going to want a 4-way intersection in here like that. And also like that and that. And you know what? Let's put 4 ways on the ends as well, just because that way, if and when I decide I want to expand even further, it's going to be quite easy. Then along here, I'm going to need T-pieces like this. Yes, you're an output. You're an output. And then around the other side, you're an output, and you're an output. So that is all of my piping. Let's make the output go up at some point. So I want a corner here, like that. In fact, no, better idea. Let's remove that. Then put in straight here and here. No, here and here. Then I can put in my corner going upwards here. Then I can put in my corner going round the corner here. There we go. That looks much nicer. I'm happier with that. And we'll remove that spare piece of pipe. And then a pipe can go from there to the next machine. In fact, we'll just carry on to the end in case of future expansion, as previously discussed. Then over here, same sort of thing. This goes all the way along here like that. These pipes should go up and down, shouldn't they, really? Let's remove these and put in... I need to remove them all the way through the middle. Because these need to go up or... Well, actually, they both need to go down, I think, really, because I've got the other pipe going... Actually, no, I could have one go up and one go down, and then have a stripe along the edge. No, I don't think there's any point in doing that. Right, let's try it again. So I want all these to go down. So we'll do a rotate that way, but more like that. Put you there and there and this is fiddly. There, and I should have made a smaller quantity of this and then use copy paste, shouldn't I? So it's like that, and then we put in corners underneath on this one. So you're the oil input. So you go there, and you can be 1 level down. You're going to have to be 2 levels down, so I'll do this one again. This one next. That goes in there. And then also here. But we need to remove that and copy that, but turn it into a down pipe. So that'd be that and that. There we go. Nearly there, I think. Well, I say nearly there. That's not remotely true. There's still quite a lot to do. Rotate the other way. There we go. So down 1, not you. Down 1. Then we go back to the corners again. This is sort of fiddly, as much in the brain as in anything else. There and there. Oh, and then there's the end. I always keep forgetting the high, low, high, low, high. Good. Okay, that's all hooked up correctly. Have I got an odd number? No, I'm very confused. Then there's this bit where I need to put in another one of these, and that, and we're getting there, I promise. And then hook that across there. Right, so that's now the 2 sides are linked together, and this is, I forgot, this is the output of the pink stuff, the stuff that I actually want. And yes, it is. So that needs to be brought down to here somehow. Okay. Well, in that case, why don't we just punch a hole in the ceiling directly above me? Like that. And then here we can take out that piece of pipe. I can't see down the hole because of my exhaust plume, but I'm gonna trust that I put that in the right place. I know this is probably unfounded and is going to go horribly, horribly wrong, but never mind. So put that like that, and then we have a down corner here like this. A down pipe from under here. Like that. And let's go down the bottom. Let's go underneath and have a look for it. Right, here it comes. And yes, that is indeed in the right place. Although in hindsight, I should have made that go from 1 square further to the side, so I could have made the pipework look a little bit neater. It's not a problem because I can turn that. Excuse me. Because I can turn that into a 6-way like this, and that just passes the fluid in every possible direction. And then my pipes are too long. Ah, for goodness sake. Okay, so I do need to put in another pump somewhere, and we knew this was going to happen. Well, let's be honest. So put that there and there and there and there. Then I can take out a couple of these. I say we knew this was going to happen. If we thought about it, we'd have known it was going to happen. Then I can put one of these lovely pumps in there like that. Green, good. So that's now pumping the pink juices out. Lovely. So over here, right, I've got the pipe going up there. That's all linked up correctly. So now it's just these 2. So bring that out to there. What even are you? What are you supposed to be? Are you? Okay, so you're the neat olumite. It is proper olumite. Crude oil goes in here, isn't it? Yes, crude oil. And crude oil is eeny, meeny, miny. Pretty sure it's the darker one down here. Yes, this one. So we need to have a pipe going up from here. Okay, that works quite well. So I'll remove that piece, take that, rotate it, no, that way, like that. And then I can take one of these. Nothing ever rotates the way I expect it to. Oh, this can then come up here like this to this height. At which point, why do you go dark? Maybe it's nighttime. At this point, we can have one of these that goes there, and okay, I'm going to need to bring the pipe out from there a little bit, like that. No, not that far. That's more than I meant. But that's correct, so thus far. And then not you, but yes, you. To there. Then travel all the way down to the other end. And going in there, not going in there, is going in here. And as before, I'm going to start putting in TP. You're sticking out too far. Why were you longer? I don't understand. Right, let's try it again. Going to put in the T-pieces along here, because that's going to make it easier, because even on the end, because then when I inevitably have to expand further, I can without difficulties. So do all of that. And then pipe goes along here like so. And then it goes red, because of course it does. Fine. Well, I think down here is a reasonably sensible place to put in an additional pump. There's only consumers of the olumite, so this isn't over in this area, so it's not a problem if I don't have to worry about getting the pump pointed in the right direction. I do, however, have to worry about there being another pipe in the way. I should have realised that was going to happen. So let's put the pump, which I've lost again. There it is. Pump in here like that. Pipe in here like that. You've gone green, lovely. So it's coming through here and then up here, and yes, we have the crude olumite coming in here, and therefore we also have the slightly less crude refined olumite coming out into this pipe and being taken away down there. So that's going to help a bit, at least until these machines fill up with excessive quantities of waste gas. That's the other one I need to sort out. And waste gas is being blown off by this flare stack here. Are you able to keep up, or do you need a friend? Do you have a control panel? Do you have a control panel that's hidden underneath here that I can't get at? No, it's around the back. Okay, I think this guy needs a friend, and I don't have any flare stacks, so I'm gonna have to go and get some flare stacks. However, in the meantime, it is this pipe here that carries the dirty gases. And it is, of course, in line with the crude olumite pipe. And I kind of need it to not be... Oh, actually, no, it doesn't matter. I can bring this from here. Right, if I put in an elbow piece here, then we can go straight up at this point. Like that. And then run this up. Whoosh. To there. I'm making a vertical bus, which is a thing I said is not a good idea previously. But I think in the case of the fluids, it's actually justifiable. So you need to come out to there. That's that one. And then you come out as well to there. And then we stick T-pieces on the end of these, like that. And that. And then this could be a... Oh, that should have been a T. Oh, well, never mind. No, okay, it's... Ha! I should have known that'd be a problem. Oh well, we can go round the pipe there. And it's only ugly here. Everywhere else, when we put more and more of this system in, we'll be able to make it nice and neat and tidy and so on. But let's remove that and turn it into a T-piece, because we might as well be... Again, planning for the future. What could possibly go wrong? Put that there. Is that all linked up now? These pipes are surprisingly empty. Are the machines working? It's full of low density olumite. Why is the low... Have we just filled this pipeline up already? Or is there... Oh, it's broken. Gloop. Tell me about this pipeline. Okay, so the amount is plummeting. We've got a capacity of 6,000 litres in this pipeline. That is crazy. And the amount has just dropped straight down to 0, just like that. So the question is, are we... The question is, do we have... Oh, it's because the pumps down here are running. Okay, so we've filled this... Have we filled this pipe up? No, but this pipe is filling up. There we go, 8,700. Then when all the machines run again, goes to 8,000, 9,000. Yeah, okay. So the system is filling up. We just need to wait for this pipe to fill up, then the pipe on the other side of the pump, this pipe can then fill up, and then it'll sort of back pressure all the way back through, and then everything will eventually be happy. As far as I can tell, I believe we are producing the low density a lot faster than we're using it. And if we look at this pipe over here, this one's completely full, so it's all going down to fill up that long pipe that disappears off down the entire length of the bus, as far as I can see. And then once that's full, we can fill up this pipe, and then everything should be happy. So I think we're now okay, with the possible exception of this guy, who's probably a little bit overworked. Oh no, he's got... No, this one, he seems to be alright. Seems... Although we are apparently having grid strain problems. Now we're not short of power overall. The batteries are still a third full, so that means there is a grid somewhere that I am on at the moment. Let's zoom out a bit. Where's the zoom out? But there's the zoom out button. One of these is sad. Yes, this one over here is very sad. So I'm going to need to find where it's getting its power from and put in some more transformers. I think I found where it's getting its power from. Let's put in some more transformers. That was easier than I expected it to be. Oh, we're still in vertical mode. Yeah. There we go. Oh, that was easy. Right, so we'll put in... You know what? Let's go nuts. Because I don't like running out of power. And then I can get my cables. Can we just link these guys together? Yes, we can. There we go. Right, that should now no longer be straining. And it seems to be happy. And so let's make sure we've named that one. We have not, so let's call this one Petrochem. It is indeed big transformer time, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to build another. I didn't want to leave this area short of power while I went off and built big transformers, because I would probably have forgotten what I was doing. Let's have a look at what it takes to make a big transformer. As a small transformer, and what they produce also. It's 5 megawatts from a 2x2x2. That's 25 megawatts from a 4x3x3. So it's a bit taller, fine, and it's. Yeah, so it produces a slightly more power for the size of it. It's slightly more complicated to make, but basically, yeah, I think we'll probably want to start using big transformers everywhere. Ha! Yes, you probably would have reminded me. You're very good at that. Thank you, and I do appreciate it. All right, so we need green circuits, which is this, and we also needed electronic components and iron. Oh no, that's all right. We've got iron and green circuits and electronic components all the way along here. So actually it could be one of these machines that I've not been using, which means I'm never going to find it, but oh well. So I want you to make large transformers, that guy. Iron, electronic components and circuit boards. So there's my electronic components. So I'll give you one of these. Bears my, I have no idea, I don't even know what's underneath, what these are supposed to be making, but I know I can put in one of these here and one of these here, and now that will be a happy, and we'll have, this should be now be making, yeah, it's got all of its inputs anyway, so the iron might be coming in a little bit slowly because it's a red belt. In fact, it's a very sad red, oh no, it's a half full red belt. That should be upgraded, that needs an upgrade. And then, of course, the splitter needs to be upgraded as well, which is hidden in there, so I can't see it. Upgrade you. There we go. At least now, both the output belts can be filled at the same time. I could upgrade this one. I don't think it's necessary, though. That does... Oh. Which means I need to upgrade this splitter and this belt. And... I guess that means I then need to come all the way back to here and upgrade this splitter and this splitter and this belt, which isn't going to work because at the other end of this belt there's going to be something that's producing a yellow belt's worth of iron. However, it's going to run it a lot faster for the time being. It's going to help with anything that's bursty. And over here, this is part of the bus, so this is going to be bursty. So I think that's not too much of a mistake. I'm never going to find these things ever again. So let's put I haven't got a screen. Let's see if I can make any more screens. Screen. Oh, they're decor, aren't they? Decor. Screens need iron. Let's have a bit more of that. I feel like you couldn't actually make a screen like that out of just iron, but oh well, that's not the reason why. Where was it? It was there's a pipe here. Tucked in neatly in here, wasn't it? Right, so I want to make some more screens. Boop. And I want to put a screen there. And I want to label this. I said I want to label this. Boop. Large transformer. I don't remember building large transformers anywhere. That doesn't mean I haven't, but I don't remember ever doing it. It's possible I've got. I don't remember making screens anywhere. I think I've been handcrafting those, but again, not certain. Okay, so that is. I've gone in and I've fixed some crises. That means I've pulled a couple of pieces of paper off the top of the stack. And now need to try and work out what was the next thing down on the stack. So I fixed the low density olumite because we didn't have enough batteries coming. Power cells coming out. We now seem to have a plentiful supply of power cells. So I guess that means it's time to go and grab some more solar. You're not solar. You're solar. And you know what? It's time to label this solar panel production as well. Solar panels. There we go. Boop. And we can take another 25 of those. How many batteries have I got at this point? 4. Okay, I will need to get some more batteries. Because 4 is not enough for another row. 25 is more than enough. You know what? I might mess around with something else until I've got some more solar panels and then go and get those. So, oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to do was wire up the subterranean generators. So let's get some more copper. Like that, and then more plastic if I can find its belt. There it is. But how do I get to it? It's clearly undergrounding or something there. Or just... Oh no, this is a belt going the other way. Can I have some more plastic, please? Huh. Apparently that is all of the plastic in the world. Okay. That's another thing to be very confused about, because I didn't realise I had a plastic shortage. Why are you sad? What are you lacking, Mr. Plastic Maker? You are lacking another type of processed olumite. You need liquid polymer. And where do you get that from? Oh, you just straight up don't get any because I've... Huh? What? I don't remember breaking that. You're empty of liquid polymer as well, but is that not meant to be passed? I feel like that probably should be passed through there. So over here, yeah, that's a steady stream of that coming through from here. But if we and we're making and then we're making the liquid polymer over here in order to make the plastic. Yes, so that's fine. So I guess if I link that up. That then means I don't need to make plastic over here. So wherever this pipe comes from, okay, from over here, there's somewhere that's making liquid polymer. Is it? It's not you. Oh, and there's a broken pipe in here. That's why it stopped. Okay, well, let's fix that. But let's also bear in mind that if I need more space around here at some point, I can... Blimey. I can... That's quite loud. I can rip out all of the plastic production from this area because it's now being done over there. I've moved that off this sort of part of the factory. But I think there's no harm in... Oh, there is harm in feeding this through. Oh, no, there isn't actually, because it turns into a yellow belt. So if we have high demand... You know what? It's all coming from the same place. I don't think I care which particular machines make it. So if these make any, then they'll fill up the gaps on the yellow belt. But if we're not using as much as we have capacity for making, then we'll have some gaps on the belt, and that's absolutely fine. So that means down here I need to steal some of this plastic, which is the whole point of what I was trying to do. Like that. Yeah, I think the plastic belt going red over here is not entirely a bad thing, because it means that it just means that we can use these machines over here, but I don't know if I actually care about that. I suppose we might as well upgrade it if I've got enough belts. Oh, I've not got enough space in my inventory to upgrade the belts. Oh. Auto sort. And it still hasn't helped. We'll lose an iron plate because I don't care about that. We'll lose some seeds because I wish they wouldn't build up in my inventory anyway. We'll lose a couple of types of weird dirt that we don't really care about. I've got 2,000 of those. That seems like a lot. And we'll lose some biomass. And then we'll try again. There we go. So we can now pump a solid yellow belt through here. These machines won't be able to run, but that doesn't actually matter. Yeah, that's sort of all okay. All sort of okay. Where was I? Oh yes, I was going out to go and expand the production over here before I head up. Before I make an infinite number of more cables and then head off to somewhere and head off underground to go and finish things off over that way. So at the moment, I'm kind of running out of space here. I could do that, but there's a pipe in the way. I could run the pipe underground. I could extend these this way instead, but I don't think there's room for that. No, it's going to run into that system over there. I think running this pipe underground is going to be the way to go, or at least underneath this this thing is going to be the way to go. I don't know. I haven't consciously updated versions, so probably not, I'm afraid. No, we're still going to have to stick with the old. We're still going to have to stick to having all of the dirt all of the time. So if I take this pipe, take my pipe, and run it along at this height, that's going to be underneath the foundation of that stuff. So we can bring this all the way over here. I said we can bring this all the way over here. And again. And then a little bit more like that. And we'll remove that and copy that. I said we'll copy, yeah, we have copied that. We'll put it on there. There we go, fill that up with water. How many pipes have I got left? Indeterminate. Right, okay, in that case, let's pull out a load of... Yeah, okay, this tool is one of the ones where you click once for a 1D shape, click twice for 2D, and click 3 times for 3D. And this is one of the things I say is a little bit annoying about this game. Because stupid thing. Because I'm never quite sure. No, it's not quite. I won't say I'm never quite sure what's going to be deleted, but I'm never quite sure how to drag, because there's 2 different ways, and different tools do things in different ways, and I can never remember which one does it which way around. And I'm past the point of all of the solar now, so let's just take it out to there. And then back over here again, and I can select the pipe once more. And then this time we will actually build the pipe without accidentally demolishing it. Like that. And then that. And pew! And then that. And then back to this guy, and we'll take you down to 1 by 1 and go. Come on, just carve through the hill like the hot knife through butter you know you want to be. Sort of what I was trying to avoid, but it doesn't actually matter. Over to here, and then we need to do a little bit more hill carving. Yep, there we go. And we can elbow down like that. Elbow up like that. Pipe goes there. Pipe goes there. And there we go. We have a water supply again. And now, much more importantly, we have room to do that and see if we can actually confirm paste. See how much we get. Yes, we've got the whole thing. Excellent. So then I can come over here and wire it. No, I can't. I've run out of cables. So I didn't actually have the whole thing. Oh, and I didn't remove ground either. Let's at least do this bit. And then this bit. Have I run out of... I've run out of foundations. So I did have enough power line. No, I didn't. I've just got... It's just a bit broken. Let's go get some power line. Let's get some more foundation. Then I can upgrade that. And then well, it'll take us one step closer to generating enough power to keep absolutely everything happy. In fact, I've probably had enough production time now that I can grab some more solar panels, and as well as the cables, and get the whole thing done in one go. So come in along here, swoop in low, landed by solar panels, grab the solar panels. I'm going to pause for a second to take my jumper off because, with the game running, this room gets rather warm, especially as I've got the door closed as well, so that I don't disturb people by by shouting into a microphone all evening. Right. So that's my solar panels, or at least some solar panels. It's not quite as many as I was hoping for because this machine isn't that quick, and the solar panel recipe is quite a slow one. But we'll grab what we can. Then we'll come back down here, and this machine that sticks out a bit is power line. Yeah, that's the one. So we'll grab some of that, and then also foundation from over here because we're going to need that. Gimme. Take 2 stacks of that. Thank you. Let's have a quick look in here and see if is there anything else I want to dump. The answer is... That's a good answer. Yeah, so I need to have a play with all of these things and find out what they actually do because they might be interesting. But I think most of the stuff I'm carrying is vaguely useful. Vaguely. So yeah, my solar field is growing rapidly in the distance over there. So let's confirm the pace. That's really loud, even though I'm miles away. That's even more solar, lovely, and more batteries as well. You know, in the interest of just keeping everything guessing, or keeping everything sort of slightly unfinished. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to run out of batteries if I do this. Cool. No, maybe not. That's what's blocked. So I can do a demolish and a demolish. And then a confirm paste. And this time, it's solar panels I'm short of again. It usually is, because solar panels are the slow and expensive thing to make. Oh, no. I take it back. It's used up all 50 pieces of power line I grabbed as well. That's more than I expected. But at least that's quick and easy to make, so I'll go back and get some more of that. There's a bit of flying back and forth here. But while I'm doing that, actually, I should also be making some more data cable. Which is that guy. Yep, that's working. Good. I think I did a shift or control click or something because I was trying to fly as fast as possible at the time. And it threw things off a little bit, but never mind. Okay, that's 46 cables. That's pretty good. Solar. Have I got another 4 solar panels? Yes. Split. What have I got there? I've got 4 there, so put 4 on that. Sorry, I'll take 9 of them. Hey Mark, welcome, and thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Good to have you around as always. Yeah, I'm expanding my solar power production area a little bit once again, with the intent of it producing all of the power I could possibly need. I did have to run a pipe down a little bit in order to make it go underneath, but you know, that's okay. We can deal with that. So now I can do a confirm paste, and that'll finish it off down there. And now I just need to do a little bit of cabling to get everything joined up correctly. So you go from there to there, and there to there to there, and also there to what? Yeah, there to there. We'll need to go to a pylon, but we'll do that in a moment because that isn't going to reach. So instead, I'll go from there to there, and then there to there. There, right, there we go. So that's everything plugged in, I think. Oh no, it's not. I haven't done the ones over here. Need to link that and that, that and that, and then there we go. Okay. Solar is soling. That makes me wonder how much power I've actually got now. Let's find out. So what we've got to now. So grid stats. There's one over here that's struggling. Where's that? That's plastic production. Oh, it says so there. Plastic production. Let's go and use one of my big, shiny new big transformers over there because I can. So yeah, the batteries are charging at 90 megawatts. That seems reasonably good. Solar panels are now producing 130. I reckon the factory was using 100, didn't I? Although if we've got 162 being produced overall and 80 is going into there. Yeah, so ideally I want to get that implies that we're currently using about 70 to 80 megawatts of power in the factory. And the solar panels are nearly at double that, so I think I might be getting close. But we do have we've still got the geothermal power running flat out underground, even though we've disabled the ones above ground based on the circuit conditions. Yes, I would agree, Mark. If I would say Foundry is my second favourite factory game, and trains are on the roadmap. They will be coming in the next major release, I believe they've said. So they're hopefully not too far off. So at that point, then it's going to be leaps and bounds ahead of Satisfactory, I guess. Satisfactory is prettier, I will give it that. And I think there's no real argument there. It is a much prettier game. But this is... I'm enjoying this one more. There we go. Plug that in there. Now we have 30 megawatts available over here. So if we look at the grid stats, we should see that plastic... greenery is still... What's greenery? Oh, yeah, greenery is green circuit production. That's miles away. I don't want to have to go over there and fix that. But plastic production... I can't even find it now. Oh, if I zoom out, it should be really obvious because it's the only one that's got multiple types. There it is. It's the only one that's got multiple types of transformer. So here we go. Here is now plastic production, which has got unnamed. That's very unhelpful. Maybe that's why I keep finding ones that I'm sure I named previously now becoming unnamed. It's because they get they lose their name when you change the transformers on them. That's possible, and if so, it's a bit crap. But yeah, oh well. Yeah, but it's not just Mark Bells. We can also use aircraft. So these two landing pads here are for the aircraft that are handling my green circuit production, which is way off in a kilometre away on the copper vein. Is that shadow? One of them coming back? Yes, there we go. That flew in, and I saw the shadow coming in and couldn't work out which plane it was. So this has brought over an aircraft's worth of green circuits. So these are a bit like the long-range drones in Satisfactory, in that they can transport quite a decent amount of stuff and reasonably quickly, and they don't take all the effort of installing massive long mark bells. But their overall throughput is... It's not amazing. It's not bad, but it's not amazing. I'm not using this for anything that I'm using in absolutely enormous quantities. So none of the metals are being brought in like that. Coal is that plane over there is doing coal. This one is bringing in green circuits, and the one that lands there is taking plastic away to be made into green circuits. But none of them are. None of them are bringing in things like copper or iron or steel, because I'm pretty sure they just wouldn't be able to cope. Maybe they would if I put in enough of them, but as is, they probably wouldn't be able to cope. So yeah, they're a sort of an intermediate. But trains will be coming at some point in the not too distant future, and then then we'll have the fun of playing with those. Right, so next thing to do, I think, is going to be to head back over and rig up the circuit conditions to tell the geothermal power plants to disable when there's still more than 50% charge in the batteries. I don't know if 50% is the right amount. The thing is, I kind of want them to cut out... I kind of only want them to cut in when the batteries are quite low. But then if they cut in when the battery... But then at that point, there won't be enough juice left in the batteries to keep the factory up all for the rest of the night, even if the geothermal power kicks in. So I guess I need a lot more batteries. And maybe a lot more geothermal power. It's a little bit of a tricky balancing act, really. Come on, lift. Or should I just dig a hole down? I could just dig a hole. Might be quicker. And if it's not quicker this time, it'll be quicker next time because I can just jump down here and fall all the way to the lava level. So we'll do this for now. And yeah, as I say, it means it'll be ready for next time. And no, I'm not currently using any of the cleverer digging techniques that have been developed, because for this particular job, I think this is going to be the easiest way to do it. And I'm nearly there. My height's down to 60, so there's only another sort of 45 to go. 30-ish. I don't know. I can't remember what height I'm trying to get down to. I think it's about 10. So another 20. At some point soon, I'll see the ground. Or see the bottom. Basically, I'll see the bottom of the pipe, and that's where I need to then go. Oh, and start going horizontally. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. There's the bottom of the pipe. I guess I'll just punch a way out through here. Right. There we go. Phew. Made it down. So down here, don't fall in the lava. I mean, it doesn't matter if you fall in the lava, but if I feel like I shouldn't because it feels wrong. Put that away. Right. So over there, that is one of my geothermal power production areas. So if I come over here and stick in one of those batteries I brought with me, then I can read off that and then tell all of these when to stop doing what they're doing. In fact, let's check where the circuit connectors are on these things first, because I can't remember which side it is. I think it's this side, actually. But let's check. So in my backpack, I have got some cables, data cables somewhere. There they are, 200. Wow. Okay, so each time I make data cables, I'm getting more than one. That's good to know. So I'll run this along here, plug all of my generators together. Then I suspect I can put in a battery down here. It'll probably fit in there, because batteries aren't that big, are they? We'll find out in a moment. Get one of you guys. It is a large battery, to be fair, but still, it'll fit in there. I've missed out a little bit of foundation. That's not a problem. I can put it in like so. And then we get some more of that. We plug it in there. We also plug in there. Then I can get out my tablet. I can poke this guy. I can say enable based on condition. I want you to be enabled when when B is less than 40. I'm gonna say set a constant of 40. I think it's somewhat arbitrary. I've set the other generators to only cut in when it gets down to 10 or 20. So 40 on these seems like it'll give it a bit of a chance. And now you can see this one has cut out, but these ones are all still running, so I need to then copy and paste the settings across to them. These ones on the end are not running at all. Because they don't have a pipe going to them. What the hell? Laurence, what have you been playing at here? What is this? Amateur hour? Okay, we'll remove you for a moment and then try and remember to hook all of that back up again. We'll continue this pipe from there to there. So that's now continued. These guys kick in. Good. Then, but we've now lost power to, I don't know, we're just not taking this power anywhere. So can we run a cable from there to there? And if not, why not? We can. It interferes a little bit with something, but looking at that cosmetically, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Was it plugged into anything else? I don't think so. I think that was just passing the power through from here to over there. So that's now fine. You'll now see that all the turbines are kicked in, except for this one. That's a bit better. So if I now get this guy out, I can then copy, paste, 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 and there we go. They have all now shut down because they're not needed. The battery is currently at over 40% or whatever I set it to. So we have a look at this guy. Yeah, this is at 68%. So that's going well. If we now look at the grid stats up here, we can now see we've gone from 9 to 15 steam turbines disabled. I just need to go over and find the other geothermal ones. That's these 6, and then we will only run off solar until we start to have shortages of battery power. So this is going down. It's dropped to 67% already, which is only slightly concerning. As I say, I don't think I have enough battery capacity to prevent the system from switching over. To prevent the generators from kicking in, because I'm worried that if I let the battery power get too low, then we're going to have a problem with them not being. Then we're going to have a problem with us not being able to produce enough power from the batteries and these old turbine systems, and everything will go horribly wrong. All right, over here, these pylons are in the way. However, we've learned how to deal with this. Where's my? Oh no, I don't need a transformer over here because everything in this area is high voltage. Excellent. So I can rip you out. I can rip you out. I can rip you out. This is in fact one way to stop the turbines being used, but it's not the way I want to do. So we'll now run the cable along here. And I learned you can actually connect a turbine. You can connect most things that use high voltage power will connect to another thing of the same type of device. So you can do that. But I wouldn't be able to connect this to another thing that uses the high voltage power, which is a little bit weird. But oh well, never mind. No, that. So put in some more of this here for the battery to sit on. Is that big enough? I am not sure. I also think this pipe might be going to be in the way. Maybe I'll need to replace some of this rock with foundation. We'll see in a moment. In fact, we'll see now because I can just grab on these batteries. Oh no, they're not quite as big as I thought they were. So put that there. It's not in quite the right place, but never mind. Run a cable to there, and then I can get my data cables back out again. And these, once again, in exactly the same way as we saw before, will run all the way along here to here, bip, and then across here like that, bip. So this will automatically read. In fact, I wonder what else you can do with it. Is there anything else you can do with it? No. Oh, you can change the signal, which is quite nice. But other than that, B for battery, fine, happy with that. Only a single battery should be connected. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what you'd expect from Factorio systems, so I'm fine with that. Typical how the answer is it never did, but I had enough power, so I didn't actually notice. So still in my paste buffer, excellent. So I can paste, and conveniently I can tell whether I've pasted properly because the steam will stop coming out at the top of the generator. There we go. So these guys, actually, let's check it again. This is only now running when B is less than 40, and B is currently. How are we holding up? Whatever time of day it is. It is now 2:15 in the morning. Battery charge is down to 58%. We'll start making solar power again at 8 in the morning. I don't know. These may well kick back in again. It's not the end of the world if they do. It's just a little bit of a waste of coal because you have to make the coaly water in order to put it into the geothermal generators, which is a bit bizarre, but never mind. But if these 12 that are running from the geothermal kick back in, I'm not so bothered because they're a lot more efficient than the ones that are just straight up burning the coal. So that's kind of okay. Where am I at the moment? Okay, yeah. Quickest to go back to the where I came down, which is here. So follow the pipe in, and then I can just fly straight up. Oh. I have apparently run out of jetpack fuel. That's really unfortunate because it's a long way back to my factory. So I'm going to have to call the lift, and I can't even see the button to call the lift. That's also a problem. There it is. Yeah, so I apparently wasn't keeping an eye on my fuel levels, my jetpack. This is somewhat embarrassing, and it's going to take me a little while to get back. But at least it waited till I got to here before running out, rather than dropping me in the lava halfway across. So could be a lot worse. Accumulator is A, not B. Yeah, but these aren't accumulators; these are batteries. See, battery. Yeah, I accept your point that it is different and maybe it could have been A, but I was happy to go with the default. Also, it's a different game, so you get things are different. Iron is called xenoferrite. Batteries send their charge level on the B signal, and There's a third dimension to play with as well, which is very, very strange. Oh well, regular. Never mind. It's my own fault for not keeping more of an eye on it. So I should know better. So, looking at my to-do list, pink science, solar. I have put in more solar, but there's always room for more solar, so I'm going to leave that on. Look into circuit control of turbines. I have done that now. That is going to be crossed off. Excellent. And more low-density oleomite is done as well, so cross that one off as well. Now we swim. Now, I think running out of jetpack fuel might not be quite as bad as you'd expect, because I think you run at the same speed you fly at. I'm not certain of this, but well, with the exception of when you encounter hills. But I think I'm still moving at about the same speed I do when I'm on the jetpack. So it could be a lot worse. I'll just have to dodge cactuses and various other bits of paraphernalia now. Right, so back to I'm back to plastic production already. This is not too bad. If I'd run out over in the somewhere where it's a bit more serious, then maybe I'd have been a bit more upset. Right, so what's the machine somewhere around here makes my jetpack fuel, and it's difficult to get to the machine that makes the jetpack fuel without jetpack fuel. Is it you? Yes. Yoink. Nice. Right, okay, I can fly again now. Thank goodness for that. Okay, so I did a poll earlier on what I should do next, and the answer was fairly unequivocally was going to be do the pink science packs. So I can do then. There's a few more researches in here that I haven't done yet. Go and do those before getting on with all of the other lower importance things like making robots. So you know what? Let's just research all of these things for fun. Portable light, interesting. Just for the sake of getting things researched, mostly. This won't be useful. Yeah. So there's a couple of things at this point. One is I still don't have enough glass, so maybe I should go and improve glass production. I think that might involve going off and finding another patch of limestone, though. Which means probably here under this pond. Oh no, or here. Actually, this is nice and close. Yeah, maybe I should come over here and do this. So get more glass flowing. But the other thing is look into the pink science packs. And science packs are fun. So let's have a look at this. This requires robot parts, hydraulic pistons, and CPUs. Okay, I think I've already got all of those parts in completely different places. So CPUs. Here we go. Here's CPUs. Sweet, fine. Robot parts and robot and pistons. I think I'm making. Yeah, this pipe is for making pistons. Hey, I actually muted. I'm kind of impressed with myself. Right. So we have pistons coming out here. And going off this way to be made into I don't even remember whatever these guys are. Oh yeah, all the bits and pieces of the assembly lines. Okay, so that's pistons, and processors could be brought along over here as well, I suppose. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, and robot parts. Robot parts are not being made over here. Robot parts are being made way down there. My sneezes are all quite big, but thank you. Robot parts are being made way off down that way, but I don't think they're that hard to make, and I've probably got the components for them. There are components here. Robo parts, Thermalite, advanced machinery parts, components, and polymer boards. There's Thermalite. There's polymer boards, but there's advanced machinery components on a completely different belt. I don't really want to make science packs here on them all. I have here, which was potentially unwise, but I have anyway. But I don't really want to do it again. I could squeeze another set in there. Now, my original science park area was over here. So along here we're making... Is that science pack 1? No, it's robots. Science pack 1 there. in that column. Science Pack 2 in that one and possibly that one. Science Pack 3 is all of that. Then Science Pack 4 is that, but we've got other prereqs being made elsewhere, I think. I could make Science Pack 5 over here. It would mean I'd have to get my processors in from over there. I'd either have to get my pistons from over there to over there, or make more pistons over here. Probably the latter. And I need to make my robot parts over there. So let's have a look into all the bits and pieces that would go into that, and then go, is this a really dumb idea? So, pistons are, they're just steel and low density olumite. So if I run the pipe, another low density olumite pipe over there, then I'll be able to make the hydraulic pistons easily enough. Then they're not hard. Robot parts are thermalite, which we don't have over here, and polymer board, which we don't have over here. Electronic components, which, well, you can see them right up there at the top of the screen at the moment. So and then they're just copper, which we do have over here, so they're easy. And advanced machinery parts, which are iron and steel. So most of the quite a lot of the things are over here already. We need to bring over olumite and thermalite and plastic and CPUs. So it's only 4 things. And there's plenty of space over here. So I feel like this is probably the right place to do it. I think I shall also nip off to the loo for a second while we contemplate this. But I think, yes, over there is probably going to be the right place. So I shall be back in a second. And thank you, Ing. Much appreciated. Don't go anywhere. I say don't go anywhere because then a stream and then a raid comes in. Hello, Solrun. Welcome to you and your 3 friends. I'll wait a moment before I go to the loo because I probably can. I won't need to go. I won't go and get a bucket. Right. So welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. What have you been playing? I'm going to guess it's probably not Foundry because there aren't that many people actually playing this game. But you know, if it is, I'd be interested to hear. Yeah. What have you been up to, and has it gone well? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 machines making green science. Minecraft Skyblock. Okay, I've heard of that. Minecraft and I don't get on very well. I think, to be fair, that's probably because I played an overly complicated mod pack at one point, but I didn't get on with it brilliantly, so I tend not to. But still, was it a good stream? Get lots and lots done? Haha, stupidly over-engineered factory. Yes, as you do. Yeah, or certainly as I do. I've forgotten how many machines I said that was now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. So yeah, I'm working on a new science pack. I let people vote on an armadillo, purple armadillo. I let people vote on what order I should do things in, and go and investigate the circuit network came in first, which I've now done, and then doing the next science pack came in next. So if I've got 12 machines making this one, because it's a 60-second rest, so that's 1 every 5 seconds. That sounds very familiar. And now move on to this one. If I want to make one of these every 5 seconds, that's 240, so that's 48 machines making it. I do have faster machines available now. I do have the assembler 2s, which are a third fast, two-thirds of the time. So instead of 48, I would need 32. Yeah, it is 32. Or I could assume I'm going to get assembly 3s fairly soon, or just go, there's not that many of these science packs required, let's make them a little bit more slowly. Let's assume I'm going to upgrade to assembler 3s very, very soon, and do the maths based on that, and I can expand it all later if I need to. So 120 seconds to make that, so that's 24 machines, which is still excessive, but I'll put in 1 or 2 and then see how that goes. So I'm going to need to dig up an enormous area here, so we'll use the magic of the new toys and get this thing out. So right, I want to go from there to, I'm just going to dig out a big flat area like this, and then fill it with foundation, and then just build in that area. So we'll go out to here and out to here, and we'll say do that, and we'll get something out to come and do the destruction for me. In the meantime, I will shoot this tree because it's not going to get destroyed by anything else. Oh no, I won't. I shall look in my inventory. I shall do an auto sort. I shall go. What? Stop giving me seeds. I don't care about that. Stop giving me biomass. I don't care about that. Other things I care about to varying levels. So let's get some more biomass and probably some more seeds. There we go. That's better. And yeah, more seeds, more biomass. We'll destroy that as well. So I've got a little bit of headroom in my inventory. There we go. It's a little bit better. So, yeah, we're going to have an output belt here, which is going to take away the science packs that we make. Then there's going to be an inserter, machine, inserter, and then 3 input belts. 1, 2, 3. And they're going to bring in the various things that were needed for the science pack. They're going to bring in the robot parts, hydraulic pistons, and the CPUs. The CPUs are going to be brought in from over there somewhere. So I guess this is probably time for another tunnel, because I don't think there's not going to be room above ground. Only slight concern is there are a few tunnels around here already, like this one taking the concrete blocks away, and this one bringing copper ore in to make the concrete blocks, I think. But I think we might be okay. So let's... Oh, and there we go. My construction ships have arrived and are dropping drones down that are ripping up the soil from that area where I didn't want it to be. Excellent. So I want this belt to come up at a land. There we go. At a coordinate of 89. So let's remember 89, everybody. Then fly back over here. We'll turn this into the 2x2 mode. Oh, no, we won't. We'll use my giant drilling machine, because what could go wrong with making a massive tunnel all the way across the middle of the factory? So let's get him out, because he's a lot more fun and a lot more effective. Oh, and all that, and then now I need all that biomatter I just destroyed. Where's my tunneler? Where's my boring machine? There's my boring machine. Put you down here. And then we'll get the laser out and we'll get some more wood, because that's easy. Pop. 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 Right, you. We'll go down 10. This is a 5x5. Yeah, 10's probably a good distance. So we'll give you some fuel. Can you burn that? No. You can burn that though. Right, so we'll go down 10. Go. Zzz. These things are brilliant. They make these are one of the fairly large number of things that have been added into the game in a fairly recent update to make digging tunnels not painful. Where I am at where's my coordinate? 90. Oh, minus 90-ish. So we want to go 180. Let's go 170 to start with, just in case I've made a mistake in my maths. And go. And yep, there we go. We're now going forward. So this just digs a massive 5x5 tunnel wherever you send it to go. So while that's... Can we fly, please? There we go. I'll leave that to run underneath the base. Oh, it's going to come through right over here. Not ideal, but also not a problem. So then over here, for this one, I will actually get out my lasermatron. And back over to 1x1. Right, and so over here we need to then start digging a hole. So that's 1. I didn't notice what height... I don't suppose anyone noticed what height my machine was running along at, did they? Because I'm going to need to know that fairly soon. Let's then put in a corner here. And then go down again over this way. Yeah, the tunnel borer is brilliant. I'm very happy to have it. Dug a hole too deep by mistake. Like a dwarf of Moria. Oops, went too. Right, let's start putting the belts in here because I'm making a mess of this. 4. Be an up. Are you an up belt? Yes, you are. No, you're not. Be an up belt. I can't get in. Right, and and then belts in here like that, and then we'll go all the way down here like this, and clip myself back up onto the surface. Damn it. Right. Okay, so where am I? I'm at minus 60, 90, 130. Right, I'm just going to go and drop in the tunnel at the other end, because this is going to be a lot easier. I guess I'll also run a red belt all the way along that tunnel. And we'll split it and join it up in a moment. Actually, no, might as well run it through full. No real reason not to. We seem to have a pylon that's floating in the air. Let's fix that. So you can have that. There we go. Then let's put a splitter in here. That one goes there. Belt goes across here. And then, yeah, let's go to here. Fixed point. Then, no, down a couple. And then fixed point there. Fine. What? No. What? That didn't work. Let's try it again. Down. Good. Fixed point. Down. Down. Oh. I can only go down one block per time I go across the thing, because it's 5, not 6. No, stop copying the conveyor slope. Copy the belt. There we go. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to build this full, because I'm not going to build it active. I'm going to wait a moment, because otherwise I am inevitably going to end up with loads and loads of circuit board processors in my inventory, because that's what always happens when you try and be too clever about these things. Could you do... Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button, that's why. Alright, it's my fault. This is actually not too bad as far as building. That's going the wrong way. As far as building things goes, it was a little bit fiddly, as you could tell by the fact I stopped talking. That's usually a sign that I'm having to think about something really hard. But basically, that wasn't too difficult to build, and when I've now got a nice spiral going down there. I could have done some copy paste shenanigans, sure, but that worked too. There are elevators, yes, but but they're quite big, so unless I only tend to use them if I'm going a long distance. So you know what? This could just carry on going in a straight line quite a bit further. Maybe not another 107. Yes, off you go. Right, where was I trying to get to? It was minus 89, minus 90, wasn't it? Pretty much. So, or no, plus 90. Sorry. It's about here. In fact, you know what? Let's say that's probably far enough. Pop. somewhere through there is the other end of my belt. Let's just dig a big hole with this thing and find it. Actually, I'm not quite the right place. It was about 90, so let's go through here. Oop, missed. I think I must have missed the have I missed it by now? I don't remember what the other coordinate was. But I don't think it was as low as... Oh no, here it is. Alright, I'm glad I just carried on then, and with sort of, you know, ignorance and whatnot. Just carry on. Assume it'll all probably be alright. Right, and just in time because, well, in time because the processors haven't reached here yet. These tunnels are actually quite a lot more satisfying because they feel like they're big enough to actually transport stuff around, rather than the tiny ones that I ended up digging before because I was doing it by hand. Now that we've got actual machines to do the digging work for us, things are a lot less painful. Pop! Right, For my next trick, I shall cover this entire area with foundation. No, I won't, because I'll run out. We'll cover this entire area with foundation. And so that is one of my inputs. That was the easy one. And I shall put in an assembly machine 2. That's one. Wow, I have a lot of assembly machines. I must have really been trying to maximize my supplies of those. So you are going to make pink science packs. Like that. So we've got the processors coming in. Now it's the hydraulic pistons and the robot parts. So let's do hydraulic pistons next because they're easy. And they're not done in one of those machines. They're done in a fluid assembler. That's this guy, of which I have a grand total of 1. So he needs a room for his output belt like that. Let's leave 1 more for sanity. So that goes there, and then we have an output belt coming here, and then across here, and then going up there. That's going to be my my hydraulic pistons. Please press the right buttons, Laurence. There we go. Configure make a piston. So that means I'm going to need to bring in the that fluid, whatever it's called, the low density oleumite, and we're going to bring that up here, and we're going to use the same tunnel system. And we're going to play a quick game of let's go and check what depth I dug this out to. Of course I can't because the tunnel is under here somewhere. The hole I made is under here somewhere. Did not think my cunning plan all the way through. And if I go over to here and dig another hole straight down, is that going to take me into my tunnel? Yes, it is. Excellent. Right on the edge of it, in fact. So I'm going to bring the low density oleumite through this. So we want this tunnel to probably be a little bit wider. Okay, if I go back up, if I come back down here and go wide again, then we can dig a secondary tunnel through here, or a secondary tunnel, an additional tunneling through here like this. This is less glorious than using the boring machine, but it's easier than setting the machine up just for what's going to be a relatively small amount of digging, I think. That said, there may well be more things running through this hole in the future because there's going to be some other stuff needed for this build. That is clearly a much bigger hole than I actually need to have. So now I can pop back up to the surface over here, and then over here I can switch back to the 1x1. Yeah, we've got a hole going down here. There's the tunnel. Right. Okay, so we need to have a pipe going in there and then disappearing up that hole. That's fairly easy. Let's start with that. So a pipe, quite a lot of pipe. That's good. Pipe tends to be one of those things that I always seem to be short of when I try and do a large build like this. But for once, I actually seem to have enough of it. So put that there. Then we go back to a straight piece. Yep, bring that along to here. In fact, you know what? Let's use the smart pipe thing because I'm going to try and be smart at this point. We'll see how this goes, how smart the pipe can be. Not very, it turns out. So I'll bring you to there. If I do can I do a fixed point? Yes, I can. Put a fixed point there, fixed point there, and bring this out here. And I think I might as well just run this along the top of the tunnel in the same, basically along here, directly above the processor carrying belt. So let's build that to there. I don't want to get too far in case I mess things up. Why are you going that way? Don't do that. Bring this one along here as well. And suddenly there's just a random hole in the ceiling. I wonder if that was my doing. I mean, I assume it must have been because I don't think you get random bits of random holes like that. But I don't remember digging a hole there. Alright, and then we'll go up. Oh, okay, you need to go... No, E... by gum. Oh, I need to come back down here first and set a fixed point. Then go up there. I always get Q and E the wrong way round for some reason. My subconscious seems to be absolutely convinced that Q should be up and E should be down. As you'll probably guess from the fact that I'm saying I keep getting it wrong, that is not the case. Right, here is some pink juice. Let us pull it out from here. So we'll take a T piece, goes there. Then I can have a pipe running from here No, don't do that. Try again. Do it right this time. There we go. Coming out from here. Where's my hole? There it is. So that can come across to try and line this up properly. To here. And then we'll go down. Like that. And ground. Can I work out where ground level is? I'm not going to try. I will get it wrong and it'll be embarrassing. So run a pipe down to there, and then we can go back to the corner pieces. Put that on there. Horizontal piece across to here. And then as soon as I put this in, it's going to break because we're not going to have a long enough pipe, I predict. Oh, no, it's worked. Sweet. Now, this pipe isn't quite the full length yet. Do you think I should be sensible and put a pump in here just to make sure it makes it? Because there isn't going to be any power in the underground area. I think that's probably going to be a smart thing to do. So let's pop a hole there. Or possibly there. And then also all the way across here. Let's do a little bit of planning ahead. It feels weird to do that, but I hear it can be good for the sanity. What? Pew! Get that bit. Right, there we go. Now I can run that through there, and then another piece under there. Then we'll take out this piece of pipe, and go back to here, and I should have... I've got lots of pumps here, so I've got 48 pumps. Put you in that way around. There we go. Now we know there's going to be enough pressure in this to get it all the way to the end. Oh yes, that's good. That's an excellent point, Regular. Yes, you also need to pump the power in, and you also need power to use the elevator, or to get to load and unload the elevators, which is an extra thing to worry about. Yeah. They're great, but sometimes it's easier just to make a ramp. There we go. And then I can put a corner on the top of here, like that. Put my T-piece on here. There we go. Fourth or fifth time lucky. And a straight there and a straight there. And then we also need steel. Actually, I need to fill in this hole before I fall in it. So let's put that across there like that. There we go. I shall no longer be going down there. What's this hole? I think that's just an accidental hole. Let's fill that in as well. I am using the wrong type of dirt. No, I don't care. Right, so pipe comes up here, and yes, we've got the pink fluid in here to keep this going and keep this happy. Lovely. So I then also need to bring in steel over here. And steel, we already, yes, we have it there. But there isn't really room to put in a splitter at this point. Right, let's take out that and that. Then I can put in my splitter. You're not a splitter. Why was I trying to copy you? We'll put a splitter in here instead. It's always a bit fiddly trying to do this. Can I instead? Can we do this? Yes, we can. So I'll do that. Then if I try and butt a splitter up onto there, it'll snap onto the right. It'll snap onto one of these things. It's bound to work. There we go. And then I can ramp from here to here. Boom, there's my steel. Steel comes in along here. It misses that pipe conveniently. Gets to here. And we remove that bit, and I put a ramp in. That wasn't quite as neat as I was intending it to be. I should have had that come across one square further back, so that the ramp wouldn't have encroached on this thing. But never mind, that can be a problem for me to fix when I copy-paste it. So now we have an inserter here, and we have an exerter here, so we'll drop it in. I find it safer to drop them in and then hit the button on the top of them like that. You can change them by using the right-click menu, set them from default to either being an output or an input. But I prefer not to, because then it just confuses me later and I get things wrong. And I don't like that. Extend you, extend you, extend you. And then over here, we can have a 1, 2, 3. And a 1. And you are also going to be an exerter. There we go. So that's the smallest part of, well, that is this most of a smallest part done. There is, however, still one thing we need, and that is the robot parts. Those are going to be a bit more fun, or by which I mean challenging, because there's lots of stuff goes into those. So we've got thermalite sheets, machinery parts, electronic components, polymer board. Okay. Well, there's going to be a few more things coming in the underground, along the underground railroad. Then, so we're going to need the thermalite sheets and the polymer boards to be brought in. The rest of it, I think we have the components already over here in the science area to make them. So, but first, let's put in a machine to make robot parts. So, one of those. It needs to be. We need to have room for an output belt and one of the input belts, because this takes 4 things, and. Goodness sake. Stop it. Don't click when I don't mean you to. Can we please? There we go. Right. So let's try it again. So we're going to need an output belt and one input belt because it has 4 inputs, and an inserter, and we'll leave one more space for sake of sanity. So that goes there. And we come around here and we say configure. We'd like you to make a robot parts. And then that needs an output belt, which goes here. Runs along here, goes in here, like that. Lovely. Then what else do you need? What are your inputs? Okay, 2 of them. Thermalite and polymer board are going to be ones that come down the big tunnel I made. So they should probably come in together, so they can just be next to each other, and that'll be nice and simple. Actually. But then electronic components and advanced machinery parts both require extra construction over here, so it makes sense to have them on this side. So, what if I make a hole here that's a 2x2 hole, and we'll run the 2 belts along it. Like this. The components came in 2x2, hurrah, hurrah. Components came in 2x2, hurrah, hurrah. Components came in 2x2, and some of them, I don't know. I'm not sure where the song's going from there. I ran out of inspiration. But if I make a tunnel down like this, then I can have my 2 vertically diagonal belts going through here. And I'm sort of hoping that if I keep going like this, I'm going to run into my other tunnel at some point. Because I did dig it quite a bit further before I demolished my my boring machine. But so far, I've not actually seen any sign of my tunnel, and I can't remember how. Yeah, I can't remember how deep it was. Can anyone remember how deep it was? Am I likely to have just gone way out of whack? I think I'm at the point where I'm getting worried. Whoa. Okay, there we go. That's the sort of there then. Okay, in that case, if I'm carrying on going down from there, then I must have missed it. So let's go back round here. I must be close, surely. Ah, no, that's just me missing with the cutting laser. Right, okay, so I think I just need to carry on digging a little bit further and I'll get there. But ground level of the tunnel is 122, so that's worth knowing and worth remembering. So if I get to 122, then I can just go horizontally. All right, I'll go up here. 122. So this is the correct height. So let's fill all of that in. I do have some sand. Let's use sand so I can pretend this never happened. Fill in that and fill in that. Then switch back over to the laser. Go back over to 2x2 mode and pume 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 pume. Oops. Oops. Got a little carried away there. Do we have red sand? Yes, we do. Is it you, Rocky Desert Dirt? I don't think you are. You're not, but never mind. Okay, so I can now run another 2 belts along this tunnel. I may even extend the tunnel at the other end because I can't remember for the life of me where any of this comes out. But let's put in the ramps first. So we're going to have one of these. This is going to be an uphill slope. Oh, I need to take out another chunk of ground there. Like that. Boom. Then we put in a ramp from there to wherever. Put a ramp from there to wherever. And then I realise I can't get down there now. Can I fill any of this hole? I'm filling that much of it in. Okay. But from here, I can now make this belt come round like that. And this one come round like that. Let's check for the sake of sanity. It's plastic and squashed thermalite. Okay. Let's go back down this hole. I said, let's go back down this. There we go. Oh, there's a pipe in the way. Oh. Right. So, plastic and squashed thermalite are the two things to think about here. You disappear off into the wild blue yonder that way. Same for you. Like so. I don't know if I've got enough belt for this to actually make it, but I'm going to try. So plastic is going to be round about here as well, because yeah, we've got this feed coming from here. Where's that going to? Okay, that's going in to make processors, but I don't see any reason not to steal from that feed. I think there's plenty on there. So let's be smart here. Let us select an area to copy. Let me select this from here to here to here, because around here we play with 3 dimensions. And then we can do a confirm copy, because I don't want to put it in the same place, because I want to put it there. Confirm paste. And then I can dig a trench here, I think, because of where the other belt is. So I've got one. Okay, we're going to need to come in here. So dig a trench here, like this, and we can shenanigan around that somehow, somewhere. That pylon's kind of in the way from the obvious way of doing this. Maybe I'll just pull up some of this and redo it. Like that. There we go. So now I can have this. No, what I want to do, I want to take one of these and go down. So like that. And I wanted to immediately split her, but this pylon's in the way. So I'm going to bring the belt across here like this. This pylon is very, very in the way. Then I'll put in a splitter here. And then finish off the belt. Replace the belt there like that. Then I'm going to drop back down to red belts because I seem to be building this area with red belts, and they're probably fast enough. I'm then going to put my hand on the wrong part of my keyboard, so I end up jumping into the air like a lunatic. And then I'm going to come over here and then in this way to here. And then stick that in there like that. Right, there we go. So that's plastic going down the hole, and then we can easily join it onto the belt there. The other thing was thermalite, squashed thermalite specifically. That comes down. Thermalite comes down in that ship there. That's good timing, spot on, and goes off along this belt. But that's not what we want. This belt carries the squashed thermalite. So actually, we could pull this off from here and bring it through here, enlarge the hole over here a little bit, and send it down over there as well. I think that's going to be the best way to do it. Or actually, alternatively, I could extend that tunnel this way and just bring it down over here. That feels neater somehow. So I'll come in here. Yeah, because we need a certain amount of height for underground belts to go through. So this will need to be at least down to there before it goes under here, I think. Otherwise we're going to have trouble. Actually, no, it could probably be down to there. That's probably going to be alright. Can we make you a down belt, please? Yes. So that can come up here, like so. This feels suitably neat. I think I'm okay with this. Except I've run out of red ramps. I have to go and get some more of those. But I am in the right part of my factory to go and do that. Right, so there we go. We can send the squash thermalite down there now. I think I want to upgrade this belt, so let's do that. Because I feel like there's a lot of... You could say that. There's a lot of thermalite being used up over here, and I've now run out of those as well. No, I haven't. The robot is bleeping and blooping at me. I did go to see what he wanted a little while ago between streams, and it turned out he thought I needed to go off and do more olumite mining. So let's have a quick word with him. Hello. So he thinks oh, we've got new task underground mining. All right, tell me about that. Build a 2x2 ore vein miner. Well,
more advanced form of mining,
got some talking happening.
Ore veins buried deep. Underground mining sounds exciting. Let's get started on that project.
I mean, I've done that, just not with when it's been an active task apparently. Oh no, I can click on it and hand it in.
That's right. Underground mining will allow us to acquire large amounts of ore very quickly. I really enjoy visiting the deep, dark depths of the mine shafts. How about you, BB?
Beedly 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 boop. And he also wants me to build 4 pump jacks, which I have not done.
Right. This moon has been chosen because it's not.
I've built 1 or 2, I think.
But it's also full of a liquid resource
yeah.
called olumite. This sticky liquid can be refined into the various chemical products we're going to need. We should find some and drill it up. It's
oil. Right, so apparently my factory has been absolutely fine. I mean, it's always been the processing that's been a difficulty with the oil, I think. Let's citation needed that and go and see how much is in this pipe, because I might find it's plummeting. It's hovering. So I seem to be digging it up at about the same rate I'm using it. You know what? Let's take the having been reminded about it as an opportunity to go over and put in an additional... I've got 3 of them. An additional pump jack. So I can put in some more pump jackery here. So what's the most efficient way to put them in? Probably to put them in like this. Yay, task complete. Task completed successfully. Put in some more like that. And then just link them up with the pipe, I guess. Boop, boop. Do these need power? Yes, they do need power. That's fine. I can sort that out in a moment. Straight pipe goes to here. Goes to here. I should have used the clever. I keep forgetting there's the automatic tool thing, and for this that would probably be suitable. And now I've learned that normally you can do this. Yes, you can link machines together that require high voltage power. You don't actually need to do what I did over here. They're quite happy to be just connected to each other. But still, that is my last BB-8 task. So that should that should keep me in oil for a good while. Okay, I'm going to drop down. It was 122 was the height of the bottom of this, wasn't it? Yes, 122. So let's bring this down to 100. Let's bring this down to 123. I'm not going to be able to get in there, am I? No, because I put stuff in there. Okay, well we'll dig out a little bit more hole. So I want to go down to 123 with this, so that I can then go in across a little bit, and then go in over the top of the existing belts. So that's 2. And 2. Oh. There is another belt coming through here. Okay then, well we'll just have to go sort of round that, I suppose. What height have I got to? This is 126, so not there yet. There's another one here to go under. Right, this area of my factory is a little bit busier than some of the others. We've got explosives passing through here, it turns out. So this is one of the things I struggle with in this game, is working out where where my underground things can safely go without running into other underground things. It's not been too much of a problem, as you can see. There's enough space underground. Oh, I didn't pick up any more of these. There's enough space underground that it's not generally too much of a problem, but also sometimes it is a bit of a problem. Right, so I need more stuff. I probably need... No, I don't need more inserters. I've actually got loads of those. I'll take some more medium inserters, because you can never have too many. And I'll take some more red belts, because I've got quite a lot, but I do seem to be churning through them. There we go. Right, back in over here. Let's try that again. So this should now come all the way down to level of 23, but if it does, I'll get popped out of the ground again. So let's do that, and then dig some more hole. At least it's nice and quick with the mining laser. It's not the like it used to be with the drill, where it was slow and painful and tedious. And when I'm doing the bigger things, I can use other toys like the robots, the drones, or the boring machine, or whatever comes to hand. How far this tunnel is long? That said, every tunnel always ends up being longer than I expect it to be. So it took me a bit longer to dig through there than I was expecting. But yeah, it's okay. I got there in the end. Right, so we have that, and then we have this, which pops out here, and then I guess we pull up some of this, because that's what this belt was for. This belt was specifically for the stuff I'm bringing in here. So we can now put in that final down ramp here, and the thermalite should, yes, here it comes. The thermalite should then flow through here, down down to the far end of the tunnel, and we'll be able to then use it for all the bits and pieces we need over there. And I think, let's fly around this thing. I think that's all the weird extra stuff that I need to bring over for this particular science pack. So that's going quite well. Those can then trundle all the way down the long tunnel, and then, yeah, there we go. The plastic has already arrived. I think the thermalite should arrive without any difficulties as well. And that's going to be two of the things I need for this to be made. I'm still going to need the electronic components and the advanced machinery parts. So let's do electronic components next, because I know how to make those off the top of my head. But I'll put in the belts first so that I don't run into a sanity crisis, which is how things tend to go on in this game. Right, there we go. So that's going to be okay. I have used up all of the, well, I was going to say I've used up all of the space that I platformed earlier, but that's not strictly true, because there's all of this. But that's where I'm going to expand into later. Right, I need my mining drones back again, because I want to go from there to go to the same place. But I want to go out quite a bit further this way, because I've got another couple of things that need to be done. So let's say to about here. It's really hard. It's quite hard to line these up, and I did in fact miss, but never mind. So we can mark that whole area for deconstruction. Oh, in fact, I need a bit more than that, because I'm going to have loads of belts running around over here. So I also need to do, let's say, from here to here to, oh, bother, here as well. Okay, from here to here and down to here. Right, so that has now marked this whole area for deconstruction, and there are my construction my construction aircraft coming over to demolish all of that for me. In the meantime, I need some more foundation, because I used it all up on the last chunk of ground for putting the first set of machines into, and I could pull some of that back up again because I'm not strictly using it yet. But given that I have a box full of it over here, let's just come over here and grab another 2,000. And alternatively, there we go. That's 2,000. Let's take 3,000, because you can never have enough. In fact, while I've still got all those bits and pieces for playing with the circuit networks I never really used. So I really like the idea of having a circuit control system, because it's like the one in Factorio. But so much of the time, there's not actually that much that I feel the need to do with it. And this is one of those times where I go, yes, I'd like to play with it more. I've got all these toys, but what am I going to do with them? I don't really know. Let's do some more research, though. Like bigger logistics containers, modular storage, liquids and gas. Could store some liquids and gases. Haven't really needed to do that yet. Could put dolomite in barrels. Haven't needed to do that yet. Let's research some, and we'll also research some more robots to make as well, and some more drone types, and yeah, just fill the queue back up again. You know, while we're waiting for these guys to finish, let's have a quick chat with the space station and see what's going on up there. So, space station, how are you doing? What's in your storage at the moment? And we've got 15 million thermalite at the moment, which is frankly silly. This game needs a much better sink for thermalite. Maybe turning it into science, maybe having it as a required ingredient for some of the earlier science packs rather than just the last one would be a good idea. But anyway, looking across here, we seem to have reasonably healthy numbers of bots. I do say that we should want to have about 200 of each one, and if there's fewer than that, then we're not making them fast enough, and if there's more than that, then we're not selling them fast enough. So at the moment, we could do with perhaps selling the maintenance drones a little bit more quickly. We could do with making some of these early ones a bit more quickly, but it's mostly doing pretty well. The ones we've got 0 of, cleaning, snack, and science, are ones we're not making yet, and then the same with these robots over here. We could do with more screen bots, but that was the glass that I was talking about earlier that sort of got pushed out of the way because I decided it'd be more fun to go off and make science packs instead. But so this is going basically okay at a quick glance. Over here we've got some more upgrades available. Let's carry on just putting these research points into everything we're building. Sure, I mean it's probably helps a little bit. I don't know. I don't know how valuable this stuff is really. But it's there and it's available, so I feel like it'd be silly not to use it. Planter drone, we'll start doing that one. Farmer robots, we've maxed that one out already. Okay, we'll start doing quality improvements then. Science and military, nothing in there. I could expand out into the galaxy map. I'm not going to bother for the time being, but I will look at station upgrades and see if I can upgrade my thermalite vault, because I suspect it's probably not enough here. This is increase it by 10 million. I don't... Oh, here we go. Thermalite vault capacity is already 20 million, though, so that's not too bad. Oh, we are not building... I've already got a load of things in queued here. Is that because we are short of construction material? No, we've got some construction material. Maybe that's just ships just arrived. Yeah, I should look into making more construction material. Construction material. My handwriting's got even worse because it's only me I'm writing for. Right, well that's going quite nicely. So at this point I can put in a load more foundation here. That's going to be fine. That's going to be enough for what I'm doing at the moment. So I need to put in another machine here. This one's going to make, yes, this is going to make the electronic components, I believe. So that needs I seem to be incapable of holding the mouse still enough to put machines down exactly where I want them to. I'm a bit worried about this, but I don't know what I can do. Right, so this requires an input belt of copper, and it also requires an intermediates belt of wire going between them like this, and it's a 1 to 2, I think. So we have you making wire, and you make 2 wire every second. You make 2 wire every second. You make electronic components, and you use 2 wire every 2 seconds. So yeah, it's one machine making wire to 2 machines making electronic components, like that. These also use copper. So then along here, I need to put in the inserters for that, which is one of these guys for each of them, like that, like that, like that, and then one of these guys for these 2. And one here as well, except it's an exerter, like that. Boom, easy as that. We just need our copper feed coming in here, and then that'll be. And on the other side, we need to unload the thingies, the electronic components like that and that. So that's my electronic components coming around here, going into this, ready to go into this machine. You know, I'll put the inserters in because I feel like I might as well. Because if I do it now, then it's done. And I suppose I can do that one as well. And you're an exerter as well, because you're passing stuff out to go into the next machine way down there somewhere. Great. So that's that's that. Right, now I need to get some copper over to here. So, copper is... we are using thermalite for some of the science packs. So we're using thermalite directly in this one, and then squashed thermalite in this one. It's just not... We're just not using enough of it, or we're not doing enough science for it to actually be noticeable. Right, next up, we bring the copper belt. We have a sort of... We have a sort of a weird semi-vertical belt bus system going on here. So I can bring this all the way along here like this to about... So the corner goes there, and the splitter goes there and there. The splitter goes, yes, there. And we have a corner there, and I'm going to put it... I'm going to start from this end. I'm going to go up a bit like this. No, up one more. There we go. Join that onto there. And boom, feed of copper comes in like that. Simple-ish. Right, I mean, actually, that should probably be 1 square further forward, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Right, so that's the electronic components. That was nice and easy. The remaining part for this is going to be the advanced mechanical components. Those, again, not too difficult. Can we go do a backwards belt, please? Backwards belt, there we go. Right, lovely. So that comes through here, and we'll bring that out. Once again, we'll do the a gap of 1 for sake of sanity. And by sanity, I mean when I inevitably realise I've forgotten something. So I'll put in a machine here, because these are slightly funny. I can't remember exactly how they're built. So if we want to make these, right, they are machinery parts and steel beams. And we need we need 2 machinery parts every 2.666 seconds. These are made 1 every second, 1 every less than a second. So actually, I think that's going to be 1 machine to 1 machine is probably going to be about right. That's nice and easy then. And in the interest of just using up all of the space in the world... Ooh, hang on a minute. Oh no, that's not steel. We've already got steel. Oh, steel's coming in way over there. That's far too far away. Okay, well, we won't use that steel supply. We'll bring in another steel belt over here. If I'd planned slightly further ahead, then maybe I'd have done this. It would still have been awkward because I'd have had to have more belts sort of winding around each other. But that's what the third dimension is for. But yeah, oh well. Right, so we can have a belt of steel coming in here. Let's build up to there. Then go and get the steel and then work out where it needs to be. So over here we have a convenient steel supply. So I can bring a belt from there to, and then once again we go, corner's going to be there, so no corner, and the splitter is going to be there, so you remove those. Then I can whack a splitter in here. Then we have a corner, and then it comes over here. And I think I can't really tell. So in order to be better safe than sorry, okay, it was just 1 more than I needed there, so put that one in then, and then run that belt into there, and boom, that'll be my steel supply. Now I've done it, it's gone a bit funny again, it's gone a little bit too close. You know what, actually this time I am going to fix this properly. I would like the belt to stay flat until it leaves the machine area, and then go up there like that. So that's technically, that's better. There was somewhere, I was over here where I didn't fix that, but this one, there was the room on the belt going back up there to fix it, so I did. Then we need more of this, and we need another another belt coming in here, and then coming out along here, and once again over to this far for sanity, and back out again like that. This is not the most space efficient way of building, but it does mean I can get enormous amounts of... it means I can expand that way as far as I like, and I'm never going to run out of space, which is, I think, worth it. And also, space is, basically unlimited. There aren't even biters to make it harder to expand in this game. When I come back over here, I get the iron, which is that one. We have another long belt comes over to here. And then once again, we go... leave a couple of spaces there. it occurs to me to wonder why I'm building quite so carefully here and putting in all the splitters and everything. But you never know. I might want to expand things later, so I'd rather be too careful than not careful enough, and do things properly. So this comes over this way, and that's 2 squares up. So from here we can put in 2 of those, and then link that. Hooray! I've unlocked ignium fuel rods. I don't even know what I put them into. They probably go into one of the generators or something like that. Right, the iron is coming. So you need programming, and you're going to make the basic mechanical components, machinery parts. In fact, I knew they'd have a name of some sort, and then we'll put a inserter on there, inserter on there. Except this one's an exerter, so we do that, and then you insert and double insert and output. And I think that is now science packs will be made once all the resources arrive. The next thing to do is the maths, which is always horrendous, and try and work out how many of each of these machines I actually need. But for the time being, we should have all the bits and pieces being fed through in order to make everything. So we've got some advanced machinery parts coming through here now. Eventually they'll reach this machine. And then this should have everything it needs to make robot parts, I think it was. There we go, that's kicked in. Smoke's coming out of the machine, excellent. I'm getting excited, but no, they're just not appearing. They'll come out. They'll be built eventually. It's just this, I guess this machine is quite slow. In fact, we can see that the parts are stacking up along the belt for it. For both the parts that are being made locally are stacking up on the belt, because this is making robot parts is very, very slow. It takes forever. But we've made 2 of them. Along here they come. This belt is full. This belt is full. Just need to chuck them in here and then discover that actually it takes 300 robot parts to make 1 science pack or something ridiculous like that. They go in. It's more than 2 anyway. How many does it need? 4 robot parts. Ha ha ha. Okay, well, eventually that'll run again. But we've seen that robot parts have come in, and that means we then have we will then have science packs coming out onto this belt here. Try to see underneath. There we go. Put that one in like that. And those need to be brought over to these machines, these science machines over here. I think this is the last of the science packs. However, I'm going to still build in a sort of a sensible and careful way. So we'll want a belt to run along here like this. We may need to do science faster at some point in the future. You never know. I'll carefully avoid that ladder, and then run this one along parallel, all the way along here. In fact, let's go this far, and then start again, and go. Where are these being made? Is it here? It is here. Along to, so bring that belt to here, and then down and in here. Boom. Oh, and there's the no. We are making that second. We are making those pink science packs now. Excellent. Ooh, ooh. That is ludicrously slow. I mean, we knew it was going to be slow. We've looked at the numbers and worked out that I was going to need a bajillion machines in order to get any of this running at anything like the sort of speed I wish to become accustomed to. So that's okay. This is currently a proof of concept and ready to be expanded once it actually spits something out. But, you know, I'm confident it is going to spit something out. So I'm going to come over here and put in the additional inserters that we're going to need on all of these labs to take in a 5th type of science. If we get a 6th type, I will have to completely rebuild this area or rethink it, or start doing a sushi belt system or something like that, because it's not going to work. But sorry, the 6th one will be okay, because that'll go in on the other side in exactly the same way with the ultra long inserters. But any more, and we'll run out of capacity to load things into here. Have you still not made it? You're still working on that first one? Yes, you are. However, we've now got enough Robo-Bobo parts in there to make 2 more science packs after this one finishes. So maybe I'm not going to need quite as many of everything else as it sort of originally looked like. I might be able to do it all with... I might just need enormous numbers of this particular type of machine, and the rest will be kind of okay. So let's let's do some numbers. But we'll stand here so we can watch the first one come out and drift off into the sunset. If we can see around the edge of the... maybe we'll see it go past up there. So, if I want to make 5 science packs per second, that means I'm going to need 4 times for 20 robot parts per second. Which means we're going to components, robot parts. That makes 2 every 30 seconds. And if I want... No, I want a science pack every 5 seconds. I got that the wrong way round. So if I want a science pack every 5 seconds, I need a robot part every one robot part per second will be sufficient. And over here I can make 2 robot parts in 30 seconds. So I can make... no, I can't. I can make 2 robot parts in 20 seconds. So I would need 10 machines making robot parts to keep that satisfied. So 10 of those. That's not too bad. Oh, and this makes 4... Oh, no, take it back. This makes 4 at a time. I did not read it properly. Let's look at that again. Start again. Get this right this time. So there we go. 4 science pack 5s. Yeah, none of the others make multiples. It is just this one. So this makes 4 science packs. So I need it to run every 6 or 7 seconds. Which means... let's say every 6 seconds. So that's 180 divided by 3. Call it 25 machines, which is a little bit less ridiculous than it was before, but is still fairly silly. But okay. So 25 psi. Then we need one robot part every 5 seconds. That means one runs every 10 seconds. So we only need 3 machines making robot parts. Let's do that now because that's fairly easy. And that gets that one done and out of the way and dusted and so on. So we can do a select area. I want to go from... I can't see down far enough. Okay, actually, there is a way around it. So I'll go from... Actually, I don't need to go down because I've got enough foundation. So we'll say I want all of that to... The sky's the limit. Copy and place, and I need 3 of these. Bomb. Confirm. Paste. There we go. So that's now making enough robot parts to keep everything happy. 3 machines of robot parts. So it's I'm looking at this the wrong way around again. Okay, well, we'll work out 3 machines of robot parts. It's taking in... one advanced machinery parts every 10 seconds, and machinery parts takes 4 seconds to make, so that's easily going to be fine. No worries there. That's a 1-to-1 as well, so those are absolutely fine. I've built rather bigger than I needed to there. Okay, so that's going to be fine. The electronic components, I said 1 every 10 seconds, didn't I? That's also going to be absolutely fine. No worries there at all. The hydraulic piston. So then we're back into science components again. So we've looked at the robot parts. Hydraulic pistons. We need 12 of those. So we need 3 of those every. We need three hydraulic pistons every 5 seconds. So call it 1 every 2 seconds. No, 1. Oh, I don't know. How fast are we making them is the important question here. We are making them 1 every 5. We take 1 every 5 seconds. I think we need. Let's put that up to 3 machines as well. It's going to be slightly more than I actually need, but I'd rather go slightly over than slightly under. So we took... Oh, no, wait. We go select an area. That's how we start with this. I want to go from there to there and to there. Confirm, copy and place. Maybe 2 more. Confirm, paste. There's going to be something weird going on. Yeah, there we go. Something... Oh, I don't have any thingamawhatsits. Where thingamawhatsit clearly means fluid assembler. So let's go and get some more fluid assemblers. But I think we're really, really close there. Then it's going to be just a bajillion machines making the actual science packs, which isn't too bad. Fluid assemblers. I don't know where they come from. What goes into a fluid assembler? That's usually the easiest way to tell. That one. Green and plastic. Green circuits and plastic. So that's probably going to be here. This row. Chemical processors. Fluid assemblers. There we go. Gimme. Ah. What nonsense junk have I got that I don't need? It's these things. They're what's getting in the way. I kind of want to keep a little bit of biomass because I keep needing it for let's destroy 3 inserters. There we go. Because I keep needing it for running the mining machine. I shouldn't have carried it. Shouldn't have picked all this stuff up. I should make a box to put all that in. But still, let's take that for now. And then let's finish the paste. Okay, yeah, there are my fluid processors, fluid assemblers making the hydraulic pistons. Then it's just a crazy number of these things. So I've forgotten the numbers again already. Oh, I said 25, didn't I? Which is frankly ridiculous, but never mind. So come over here. We'll go from there. Select area. Go from there to there and upwards as well for fun. Confirm, copy and place, and then let's just at least go up to about 10. Go up to here anyway. Invalid target place copy set pod. Paste. Yeah, oh, I didn't get all the belts. Why did I not get the belts? I've run out, that's why. Fair enough. Yes, having some better system for building things, whether it's however you want to call things over, whether it's using logistics bots to bring stuff over, or whether it's just anything else, really. You're quite right. The system is frustrating because I have to keep coming back over here to get stuff. Is that everything? Yes. So yeah, logistics bots to bring stuff out to me. Summer sloops to provide things, or just anything. Yeah, anything that means I don't have to go back to the mall every time would be very much appreciated. Are you all happy now? Yes, I think so. Right. So I don't know how well the processor supply is going to hold up. We might need to keep an eye on that. But the rest of it should do reasonably well. Should be sufficient. Now, I might need to upgrade this to a faster belt. At the moment, I don't know whether they're all just flowing constantly through like this because we're filling up internal buffers in these machines. So they all need to pull in about 30. They all need to pull in until they get up to about 36 of the what do we call it? The hydraulic pistons. But once they've got up to 36, they then only need 12 every 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. 4 minutes, I think it was. So we can pull. Yeah, we can keep pulling those in. And I think this belt is probably going to be fast enough. The question is, well, have I got all the question is, have I got all the numbers right? Also, how many machines have I put in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is about a third of the total I was aiming for, and I reckoned would be okay. Or rather, would be the number I needed in order to start producing the science packs at the rate I want to produce them at of 1 every 5 seconds, I think it is. If we look over here, the pink ones are now getting to the 3rd machine. Yeah, they're disappearing into the 3rd machine along. So we've had some success with getting pink science out over here, but there's still clearly a long way to go. It is interesting building seconds per science rather than science per second. It's very different to Factorio. The next question is, do I then run this in a sort of a loop and loop back and round in this area? to sort of make it a little bit more space efficient, or do I strike off for the horizon? And I think the answer is quite clearly I strike off for the horizon, because that's how I want to do it, and space is free. So, boom, and we're still miles and miles away from the solar fields over there. So let's get the construction ships out again, demolish this area, and we've got something a bit more to play with. I'm going to lose my convenient hole of accessing my tunnel from in a moment, but oh well. I should probably put in another descending area over here somewhere, and a tunnel along next to this belt, wherever it goes. Just make it so I can get down there. But you know what? I don't think it really matters. I am kind of curious how my processor production is holding up, because they're being piped down here in massive quantities, but then there's a long belt going to way off in the distance over there, bringing in the stuff that is functionally seems to be silicon, but isn't made from sand. It's something that goes into making processors anyway. So let's see how that's getting on. So is that you? Yes, it is. So my wafers are popping up from a hole over here. This is clearly a slightly less deep hole than the one that's running. Oh no, actually, it's slightly less deep, and it's also a little bit over to the side, so it's not in line with that one. In hindsight, that and that probably should have been the same hole and carried everything on, or the hole should have carried on a little bit further to over here, and then I should have put the processors and the plastic into the hole here, and the oil and so on. But never mind. But processor production seems to be keeping up adequately. We've emptied the internal buffer of one of the machines. We've put a big dent in the internal buffer of a second one by the looks of it, and the third one has started working as well. But that's probably mostly going to be filling up belts, and that has now calmed down a little bit. The supply of the wafers coming in is still absolutely fine. I don't know how it's hanging on at the other end, whether we are actually still whether we're producing the wafers faster than we're using them, but we have a buffer of them on the belt, and the buffer on the belt has not been depleted, so that seems to be all right as far as I can tell. And that one is probably my markest of mark belts, because that goes from my what even are you? My telexite ore vein, which is right over here. It's processed here, turned into the wafers. Then the wafers are brought from there down into the tunnel, all the way along here, down here, and then they pop up back here to be made into the actual. What do you call them? It's to be made into the actual circuit, into actual processors. They then drop back into a hole and then are brought all the way up here to then be made into the science packs. But whatever. All right, and we can see over here that there is some mining, some excavating going on. That's working nicely. The mining drones have made good work of the ground over here. That's excellent. Not quite good enough for me to be able to drop in and slap down the next set of foundation. Oh, actually, it is all the way up to there, which is pretty good. And I think this is still, yes it is. I can now repeat this another. Oh no, it's not. There's one there that hasn't been grabbed yet. There we go. So I need to put that in the hole. And then if I come over here, I'll finish this off and then put in some more machines. So I do that. And then back to this and go stretch to there. And another paste. Boom, done, just like that. That was really easy. It went. Did it go perfectly? Have I got everything on the other side? Yeah, looks like it. That went really nicely. Okay, so now we have the problem of trying to load all the machines up with the hydraulic pistons, because as we discussed before, each one pulls in 36 of them before it'll let any go past to the next machine. And it then does wait 4 minutes before it asks for the next lot. So I think it might well be okay. It might, if we just leave this alone for a little while. I am cautiously optimistic that it will catch up. The other possibility, of course, is to just duplicate all of this again, so we're making all the parts faster. But that shouldn't be necessary. I feel like unless I screw the numbers up, which is entirely possible, I feel like we should have enough supply of the robot parts and the pistons to keep all of these running. It's just a case of filling up all their input buffers, and that's going to take a little while. I'm very tempted to just drop in another copy of all of this, though. I think I will, because that way when I come in and upgrade all of these to Assembly Machine Mark IIIs, it's going to have pretty much everything I need. already. It's going to be fine already to produce things a bit faster. And you know what? I'd rather have idle machines. I'd rather have idle machines with full input buffers than idle machines with full output buffers. No, than machines not working. I think I know what I'm trying to say. Duplicate. Yes. Blocked one. Oh yeah, that's the belt over here somewhere. Oh, I didn't get. Did I not get? I didn't get the belts. Somehow. I must have copied from the wrong place. Oh no, or did I run out? No, I ran out of belts. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, and once again, I'm flying back over to the mall. At least with where I'm building at the moment, the mall isn't actually that far away. So I can come over here and I can go, please. And then I can go, confirm paste. And there's still one blocked, but that's going to be the ramp, which I'm aware of. So I need to fix that manually. And that's because I put that ramp in a bit too close to the drop area beforehand. So it's this one here, because that goes in and overlaps with all these machines. It gets copied, and therefore when we get to here and it tries to put a ramp in, it can't, and everything breaks. So I need to go, and the belt doesn't get placed. So I need to go and put that one in manually. But once I've done that, then things just start to flow, and yeah, that will now double the quantity of the modular storage tank. Nice. That will double the number of the pistons and the number of robot parts being made. So we'll fill these machines up a little bit more quickly, and then hopefully can start producing the pink science again a little bit more quickly. There's some on the belt there. There is some on the belt there, and we've got to the point now where all our machines have some purple science in them. I think that means we should cancel these, because I don't care about more of those. I don't really care about Olyite barreling either. I really care about jetpack speed, so that's going to be my first tier 4 research. I also care about inventory size would be nice. Let's just go for the quality of life mods. Researches, and get all of those. Mining efficiency would be nice as well, and I suppose pump jack efficiency would be quite good. The mining force is going to be rather nice, because that's going to allow me to cut through the bedrock, I suspect. Probably. I mean, then we can start looking into rubber. We've got fracking towers. We can have slag reprocessing, heavy shaped charges, various more types of bots, blast furnaces. Okay, I wonder how they're different. Don't know. We'll find out. And belt type 4. What do they cost? Doesn't say. Even faster belts. Oh, and super alloy. Well, that's going to be exciting, I'm sure. High-tech machinery parts. Sweet. So that's probably going to go into some of these advanced bots in order to allow me to work my way out a bit further into the galaxy, selling lots and lots of new exciting things. Okay. But we'll have to wait for the Olyite barreling to finish first, because I don't think this game saves where you got to if you cancel a research, which is a little bit annoying, but oh well. Okay, so that is... Can I cross pink science off at this point? I'm not sure whether I can, really, because I don't know if I've built far enough. I don't know if I've built enough machines there to produce it at the rate we would like to produce it at. These guys are all running flat out except for this one. And that has just straight up produced enough for the advanced machinery parts, even though I doubled the number of machines trying to use them. So everything is running flat out over here, trying to satisfy these machines. I think I'm going to need to leave it alone for a little while. Ooh, thinking of researches, when do I get assembly machine 3? Have I already got assembly machine 3s and just not realised it? I think I might have. Yeah, there we are. I researched those and have not started making them. So that's assembler 2 is thermalite sheets and circuit boards. That's really easy. Let's go and make those, and then have a bit of an upgrade frenzy on in the science pack production areas at least. And then maybe put in some more labs as well, so I can do... I don't know if there's any point in trying to do research faster, because I'm already kind of... there's not that much research left to do, basically. Okay, so we've got assemblers 2s being made here, and assembler 3s I would need to make, I think, here, because we're going to need circuit boards, and I've forgotten what else is. Circuit boards and thermalite sheets. Okay, so that needs to be made over on this column. That's even more advanced. I bet he's between circuit boards and foam light sheets. Was that all it needed? Yes. Apart from the assembler 2s. So it might be, at long last, time to remove this assembler production system here and bring it over here and do it in the slightly more advanced way that I've been doing in this area. Hello, Sophia. Welcome. Yeah, at least that way you don't lose your stream streak, because you did make it, as you say. All right, let's do some more mining, and let's do it the clever way because I am extremely lazy. So this belt comes to in line with here. So I'd like to dig up everything from here to here, probably, to, I can't even tell because it's what you do. Oh, okay. This is apparently a 3-click process. So oh no, it's because I tried to go too far. Probably. Yeah, so I can only go to here. So I'll dig up to there, and then yeah, sure. We'll carry on doing this as a tunnel. We'll have a tunnel of Maul, even though it's probably going to annoy me at some point in the future when I try and get in here and can't. I think the drones can get in through the roof there, so they will actually dig that out, even though it's underground. Here come the drones. Bum 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 bum. What are they doing? Why have they stopped there? Are they just turning? Oh, maybe that was them. What we saw then was them flying up into the air. Now they're turning to point themselves in the right direction. And now they're coming over. Okay, I guess that works too. So, we're going to need to build a number of things over here. So we'll start off with one of these. And we'll put it... Try and get them in line. Try and get it in line with where it's going to need to go. Do it here. Yep, that works. Then assembler 2s, I believe, were being made here. Is that the right place? Kind of hard to tell. Yes, because I didn't have long inserters at that point. And then assembler 3s aren't going to be made until all the way over here somewhere. About here, in fact. But I can't place it yet. So we'll come back to that. So, I would like you to make assembler 1s. Biff. I'd like you to make assembler 2s. Baff. And then we'll see if we can see if I can shenanigan the belts through properly. So, I want a belt from there for it to unload onto. Then I want to ramp up. I said ramp up like that. Then I need to do a ramp down here. Then we take things out here. So putting a belt there, and then it turns out no, I need more space than that. So you can't. How did I do it over here with the belts? Oh, I see. Okay, that's not too bad. I can do that again. So that can go to here, but it's going to have to go. Oh, did I really? How did it? Let's check that again. Yeah, I genuinely did get in the way of the next thing over. How is that? Okay. Oh, I see. I brought in. Yeah, that's weird, but all right then. So that needs to go there, and then we can have another up ramp like that, and then now we've got this. We can then fill this area with foundation. Boop, like that, and then this machine goes here, but in line with that one. I would really like to have pickadoilies in this game because I feel like I'm going to make mistakes from time to time. That seems okay. And it'd be nice to be able to nudge machines around a little bit when they're when you inevitably get them a bit wrong. So we then have a down ramp Actually, this can go right over here and be out of the way. Like that. And then I need to link the ramps together. Like that. And that. And put that down there. And then we tell you to make assembly machine 3s. And then we tell the construction bots to go and update everything, but we can't do that because that isn't a thing. Right, so now we need to feed the machines. So you need iron, machinery, and electronic components. So you get iron from there, and then you get the two things from the other side here, like that and that. Simples. You need that and advanced components, which are these ones. So extend this along here, like so, and then a double length inserter like that. Then you aren't relevant. You need, these green circuits and thermalights. You want that one, and on the other side, that one, and also that one. And you need to unload there, like that, and input there. You need to output there, and you need to not be there. That should not have happened. Right, there we go. So there's my assembly machine Mark 1s flying through. They go into the assembly machine Mark 2 assembler. Chug, 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 chug. They get built fairly quickly. Then they come out over here. There's an assembly machine 2, and there'll be another one in a moment. There it is. That then comes over here, and we've got all the ingredients in. We need all the other ingredients we need to make them. So they then disappear in there like that. And we have, bing, our first assembler 3. Lovely. And they seem to all have about the same construction time, so that's quite well balanced. I won't go. I could upgrade all 3 of them to assembly machine 3s, I suppose, but I don't think there's any point. Yeah, you've got a small buffer, but only a small buffer, and it's being used up as fast as it's being replenished. So yeah, there we go. Assembly machine Mark 3s. I should have started making those much sooner. I just didn't realize. I forgot. I think I saw them and researched them, and then forgot I'd researched them. So yeah, that's a little bit frustrating, but never mind. Okay, so that isn't even a thing I can cross off on the list. Whoa, one of the things I do want to look at is construction material, because that's what's causing the a shortage of that is what's causing it to take so long to do my space station upgrades. And construction material is made over here somewhere, he says in a questioning tone. I can't remember. I could believe it's this one, because this seems to be struggling. Nope, that's a type of bot. It wasn't this far along, was it? I don't think it was. No. Maybe it's this one. No, that's the same type of bot. There's concrete coming in here. Ah, this looks familiar. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, so this is making the construction material, and we don't have remotely anywhere near enough of it. However, I was going to say we have all of the inputs. That's not true. We have no copper. What's happened to my copper supply? Uh-oh. There seems to be a crisis here. No wonder we've run out of this stuff. Oh, this is going to be one of those awkward ones to copy. Do I want to come in and just make a copy of it anyway, and then... Oh, so not only is this making construction material, it's also making assembly line shipping pads. That's even more weird. But okay then. There's no point in copying this when we have no copper. That sounded more punny than I intended it to. What's going on here? Right, okay. Why is there no copper? What's happened? There's just nothing coming through. Has something unfortunate happened over in my copper? Have I cut off the power to my copper mine or something equally daft? Or is it just completely expired and run out? Maybe it's actually run out. I mean, I've been ripping through copper at quite a rate for quite a while. Yeah, there's nothing coming out here. Nothing coming in here. Oh dear. This is not what I wanted to see. So there used to be a big block of copper here, but yeah, I guess with all these machines plundering it, we've kind of got through it rather quickly. Yeah, we may well have entered the Copper Age. That said, I sort of took some of the strain off the system by removing moving green circuit production over here off its own copper vein. And this has, well, I'm only using like a quarter of this one at the moment. So we have choices at this point, I guess. Actually, there's a little copper patch. I say little copper patch. I don't know how big that is, but it'd be relatively easy to tap that patch and bring the copper to here and just feed it straight into the system I've already got set up. So I think a new patch here is going to be a good idea. And there's another patch there that's not too far away. I do wonder how many aircraft I would need to bring it over fast enough to keep this happy. And I've no idea really how to measure, how to think about that. I don't know what the throughput rate of an aircraft is. But yeah, I think in the short term, the thing to do is going to be to go over here, tap this patch, and just bring the copper straight up to here. So, yeah, goodbye this whole system, because there's clearly no point in having any of this anymore. So I'll go from there to there to there. Oh, and of course there's not enough space in my inventory. You know what? I'm just going to chuck away all these data. I don't want to. I don't want to destroy them. Let's throw away these seeds and then see if I can make another. See if I've got the stuff in my pockets to make a logistics chest of some sort. No, I haven't even got the stuff to make a crate, let alone a logistics chest. Steel and advanced. Okay, let's get some steel and some advanced machinery part. Because I don't. Thing is, they weren't even particularly expensive. No, they weren't even expensive to make. But I want to play with them. But they weren't expensive. But I want to play. Let's go and put them in a box. It feels wasteful not to. What else did I need for an advanced logistics chest? I needed steel beams, 25 of them, which are conveniently right here. Can we press the right key, please? That would help. Right, we'll put it with the other one where I've been dumping miscellaneous stuff that is too nice to throw away. My inventory's too full to sit there. Right. Oh, it's a logistics container 3, even more exciting. I'll put you there. That's kind of huge. You are going to have... Oh, I should dump all my assembler 1s. That'd be a worthwhile thing to do. But yeah, all of this stuff is stuff that I don't need at the moment, and it's just taking up space in my inventory. I do need my mining laser. I don't need small transformers anymore. I wonder if small transformers are used to make big transformers. I don't need a shipping pad at the moment. I don't need my ore... I do need my ore scanner. I don't need I do need explosive charges. I'm going to set up a mine. At least that's some stuff, so it's going to make things a little bit better. It's going to give me enough inventory space to play with things a little bit. Also got a load of resources. Can I... have you back? I feel that quite a lot of the resources that I've got need to go into machines. So we'll do some things like have all of that. I don't even know what you're doing. You're doing... Why is there another machine here trying to make solar? Where's my machine that's actually supposed to be making solder? That wasn't it, was it? I haven't just destroyed it. No, it's this one down here. I've got a load of plastic. What needs plastic around here? I don't even see any plastic. I know plastic comes in and is used... Okay, there's a load coming in along here. It's been pulled into this machine. I have no idea what you're making, but you're having my plastic. Fluid assemblers, that's worthwhile. And I've got a load of thermalite sheets. Well, that can go into the assembly machine 3s. I wish I had even distribution, so I could just dump stuff out of my inventory and go, well, there we go, that's all gone now. I'll take that and we'll still take that. Oh, I just filled it up with assembly machine 2s as well. Never mind, I've still got some of those. Alright, that's a bit less ridiculous now. I've got some inventory space, so let's go and demolish that mine again. But do it properly this time. And then think about how many belts we've got going in over here. So, over here, I want to pull up everything from over there to over here to about here. Pull up all of that. There we go. And you know what? It's just occurred to me. I should use drill 2. There's no point in using drill 2s. They're not significantly better. Right, let's go and find that mine. It's down here somewhere. There it is. How far down is that? 113. It's down about 20. Okay. So I could put in an elevator here. Oh, there's an oilite reservoir down there. Huh. I wonder how I get at that. Because it doesn't have the telltale signs on the surface that I found with my other oilite patch. Oh well, I don't care too much right now. Regular wants an open cast mine. Alright, we'll do an open cast mine since we're miles away from the area where that I sort of remotely care about. Is this open cast enough for you? Laurence casts open. It's super effective. Oh, it's going to flood it as well because there's water here. Where is it? Oh, is that it down there? I can't... That isn't the tool I meant to use. I'm glad I hadn't thrown any explosives. Is that it? Yes, it's over, all the way over there. Alright, I need to build a dike. Right, I want to do vertical drag mode. And then I'll build a... No, not that way. How do I make it do the other vertical? I could do that, but then... Nope, that's not what I wanted. And that's not what I wanted either. So I want... Yeah, this is terrible. I want to... I'll just have to do it the other way. Right, so I can do that. That's fine. And then I can do that. This is very Minecraft water physics. In case anyone was wondering. Yeah, this is very, very, very Minecraft water physics, by which I mean it's utter nonsense, but never mind. Plug the gap along here. Whose idea was this? Can we please fill the hole? There we go. And then... getting wet feet. I think it's very likely that I'm going to accidentally blow it up at some point, yes. This is why we try to use the construction drone things for mine digging holes rather than just throwing explosives around most of the time. There we go. Right. Actually, I've found the top of the copper patch. Let's hit it with a bomb. I'm glad I'm explosion proof. This would be a whole lot less fun if I wasn't. No, not there. Never mind. Over there. Alright, this seems nearly there. I've got most of the patch exposed now. The trick, the point that I want to get to is where I've got room all the way around it to place essentially a large amount of foundation and with the drills on it, just going all the way around the edge of it and producing massive quantities of copper. Right, I think that's probably enough. There might be a little bit more required, but I think that's basically there. So now we can go back over to here and get this stuff, and I'll go, right, so we need 2 for the mining drill, 1 for the inserter and 1 for the belt. So we need a row. Basically, I'm going to build a square with this 4 wide foundation all the way around the block. I'm going to do it all the same height as well, in theory. And then I shall go in and do a little bit more careful laser work to actually make it the same height all the way, to make it the same width all the way around. So from there to there. This side actually seems to have been about wide enough, which is quite impressive. Then over here. Is that the same height? No. That's the same height. That. And that. And that. There we go. So that's now. So now I can surround this completely with mining drills, and I should have plenty of those from destroying the previous mining area. So we would like, if I can find the darn things, there they are. I've got only got 20 of them. It's not as many as I was hoping for, but still, we'll start putting them in and see how we get on. I think I'm going to need to go back and get more of these. Yeah, and this would be 20 is 5 on each side, and we're clearly not going to manage that. Sorry, I clearly need more than that, rather. The problem with these sort of patches, the problem with patches problem with mining in this game entirely, is that when you run, as the patch starts to run out, the drones that fly out of your drone miners have to go further, and therefore you end up. I've got more of these. Maybe I had more than one stack, and therefore you end up getting the ore a lot more slowly, which is unhelpful. Oh, there we go. Finally run out. So what might seem to be enough at the start is no longer enough later on. Right. Bit of laser work time, I think, now, just to square this area off a little bit, because the explosives were fun and they were very, very effective and they opened the place out nicely, but I could do with a bit more, slightly more evenly dug out area. Actually, this side doesn't need very much of it because it's just a belt going around there. I've made this wider than it needs to be. This is spot on. We need to go over here though. That bit technically didn't need to go, but whatever. And we might end up with, we're going to end up with quite a lot of belts running around here. So there's going to be slightly more space needed than it looks like. But this is all of the foundation we need. So that's come together reasonably well. Then, am I down below water level? That's my next question. If I dig a tunnel from here, how deep is this? Yes, the water is quite shallow. This is only a small pond. It looks quite cool under here, though. So I'm now a depth, a height of 124. Yeah, I don't think this goes much deeper than that. So, I need to dig a tunnel from down here. I also need to demolish all of these bits that are sort of just sticking out and looking ridiculous. Sticking out and looking ridiculous, preferably without doing that. It's alright, there was a little gap down, a little trough down there to catch it as it fell in. Alright, so I need to get my my tunneler out down here, and then zip back over to the main processing area that we were looking at before. So, from down here, how much rocket fuel have I got left? Okay, still plenty. Down here, I want to go that way. No, I don't. I want to go that way. Yes. Until I get to about here. Then I want to go that way and pop up in the old copper mine over here. So that is at 273 minus 45. So I need to go to 45 that way. Yeah, I need to go to 45 forwards, and then we'll worry about it from there. So we'll set off from this corner of the space, because we might as well. That means I need to dig out an area big enough to put my mining drill, my boring machine in. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there seems to be some water here. That's unfortunate. Take that out as well. And also we need to take the ceiling out. Maybe this needs to be slightly lower, because there appears to be water there. How is there water there? What's going on? I see. We've allowed the water through into this whole underground area. This whole place is now flooded. Great. And we've let a little bit of that pour out into here. There is some, as I say, very, very Minecraft water physics going on in here. If I come up here and fill up some of these holes, is the water going to stop pouring in? Or have we got to the point where it's made new water source blocks? Oh, it's pouring in here. Okay. If I do this, is it going to drain out? There's still more pouring in here, apparently. I don't know where from or how, but... Right, I think this over here, I think is a waterfall coming from the water that I'm currently on top of. And slightly under. Yeah, we've got weird water physics going on. But I think the answer is going to be to put in... Can I go over to... if I do vertical mode... No, vertical mode is still the wrong way around. What I want to do is construct a wall across... So where's the edge of where I was trying to dig? Here. So I want to put a wall in probably here. Like this, going all the way up. And hopefully sealing this area off so it stops flooding. It's interesting, I think this is the first time I've had serious issues due to water flooding. But it's not been a problem up until now. It's just been... I've seen water. I've had a couple of waterfalls inside areas I've been building. But basically, I've certainly not had a problem where I've had to try and dam off the water flow like this. Right. How are we doing now? So if I shoot out this wall... we should now be in a position to actually put in the boring machine without it getting completely flooded out. There's a load of water coming through here. Where's that? Oh, there's a block missing. There we go. Now we're dry. Right. Boring machine time. Which way are you pointing? Not it matters, it can be turned. Right, let's put you there. Oh, does it need more? That is where I want to put it. Does it need more height, maybe? Alright, we'll dig out the ground as well. I reckon that was probably enough, but clearly not. Try it again. Boring machine. There we go. Okay, now we've got space. So we can put you in there. And then we can go... I've forgotten how far I was supposed to be digging. So we can go back and look at the map again. So I'm currently at 92. And I wanted to get to 45. So if I go 45, then I'll be at minus 90, which is close enough, given that I'm standing more or less in the middle of the thing and it's slightly off-center anyway. So yeah, 45 will do. So I want you to drill for 45. Confirm. And I would like to give you some fuel. There we go. We've got 15 biomass. Don't burn it all at once. Go. Watch this just punch straight out into another another part of the watery bit. Yeah, it's going to hit this area and it's going to get very, very wet again, isn't it? I should have gone this way first. Well, let's see if it's okay. Because actually, I think this area was only problematic because I've been blowing it because of all the explosions I've been doing. So I don't think the water was actually that didn't actually the actual water source didn't come down that far. Now, have you run out of fuel or have you gone far enough? You have gone far enough. Excellent. Turn left. Yeah, left. It is left. Then we need to go from. So we're at minus 45. So we're at minus 47, which is close enough to 45. Now we need to go from 2 centimeters. We need to go another 120. Okay. So poke this. Distance 120. Confirm. Go. And from here, so I'm going to use green belts for this because they're faster. Are they the fastest belt we can ever make, or are they just the fastest belt we can make at the moment? The fastest belt we can make at the moment. I think there's another type in research, available for research. Yes, there was, but that's hidden behind rubber. Okay, so we won't be using that because that's clearly going to need rubber. So I'll get my green belts out. I've got 140 of these guys, which isn't very many, but never mind. We'll lay the first few and see how far we get. You've run out of fuel, haven't you? Yes. And I don't think I've got anything else burnable. No, I haven't. I'm going to have to go and abuse a tree. Right. Let's go and abuse a tree. So, the question is this sufficient? Is this a sufficiently open cast mine for those of you who are the anti-environmentalists among us? Look, if we look down from here, we can see clearly see the mine from above. And if I open it up anymore, we're going to flood it again from this area. So I'm not going to do that. I just hope you're satisfied. I hope you're happy now. Might be able to get rid of some of the roof. I'll take a look at it when I get back over there. Yeah, no, some of that is actively underwater. I think we're not going to be blasting away the entire roof. I get rid of a chunk of this. I get rid of a chunk of it from here, I suppose. I could do this sort of thing. There we go, it's a bit more open now. And to be honest, my attention span isn't going to let me do much more than this. Right, let's get down here and give that boring machine a bit more fuel. There you go, have another 100 of that. I believe it's possible to turn my jetpack fuel into fuel for this machine, but I'm not sure how. This is the sort of thing that ignium fuel rods would probably be ideal for, actually, come to think of it. But I have to make them. And that's another thing to have to carry around with me. And I already have inventory capacity problems. Nearly there. I can see the copper mine popping up ahead. How far have we got left to go? 65 metres. Okay. And for the quality, size and quality of hole it makes, and how hands-off it can be, I'd say this is pretty good. It's a lot easier than doing the whole thing manually. I'm also kind of letting it get on with it and do it itself, because I want to pop out in the copper mine and then fly back over to the base to go and get some more green belts, which I've now run out of. Oh, you have to combine liquid fuel with iron, so you can't do it by hand. That sucks. Okay. Yeah, being able to do slightly more elegant levels of programming would be really cool. I'd probably accidentally make it fly off into the sky, though. That has been known to happen. Right, where am I? Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm happy to go upwards from here. But only like 30 metres, because otherwise it'll get silly. It does amuse me that this machine can dig in absolutely any orthogonal direction, including straight upwards, straight downwards. And even more ridiculous than that is when you get to the top. I don't know what height the top is around here, actually. Okay, I guess we need to... Ah! Also, you can fall out the bottom of it. Actually, no, I think I probably fell out the side. Oh, actually, to be fair, it does have digging teeth on the sides, so I guess I can't complain too much about it being... sorry, on the bottom, and then presumably on the top as well. So I can't complain about it being able to dig straight up and down. Oh, and it... Oh, blocked by obstacle. All right, then. Let's demolish this. Pop. Right, so we have emerged right in the middle of the smelting area. Now, ideally, I'd have stopped slightly sooner than that, but you know what? This is close enough. We'll take some more of these belts out to give a little bit more space. I could run foundation all the way over, but I think I'll do it with the big pylons. Ideally, I'd have popped up here. This would have been the perfect place to come out, but this is fine. I can bring the belts up here. So I think this should actually probably be a freight elevator. So actually, let's put the freight elevator in here on the edge, assuming I have one, and then let's think about numbers. So this is currently 4 input belt, 4 yellow belts going in. If we have a look at the, can we close that? There we go. Before I break something. Right, so freight elevator, 4 yellow belts is 640, 1280 items per minute. Freight elevator 2 is half of that. So if we put in 2 of these and feed them 1 green belt each. Yeah, let's do that. So I'll put in... you're top, aren't you? Yes, you are. You need a bit more space. Right, we'll fill these holes in, just to give me a nice smooth area to build on. Go. No, downwards. There we go. Like that, and like that. I said dig. There we go. And take that out as well, because it looks silly. Right, so now I can put in those freight elevators. We'll put 1 here, 1 here. Down the hole. Jeez, that is that's further down than I expected. No wonder it took so long for the drill to dig its way out. Yeah, that went a lot deeper than I was expecting it to. Nice. That should have been higher up, but never mind. There we go. And then we find the bottom freight elevators, and we say be a bottom. It goes there and there. And I'm going to need to dig an access tunnel around the outside for mere mortals like myself. because I would like to be able to access everything around here. So, because once the freight elevators are finished building, they're going to completely fill the verticality there. So you need to be able to get through. There we go. Fill in the hole because why not? We'll leave that hole. Right. Go through there while I still can. So these should. Yes, they're already digging. That's good. So they're going down to link up. So I need to go and get some green belts. And having come this far, I'm halfway back to the factory where the green belts are made. See, they're only made down here. This isn't too bad. Crushers. Yeah, these are belts. Gimme. Oh, that's a good idea, regular. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let's do that. Good thinking. I don't think I need more splitters. I don't need any. I'm not going to need splitters for this. Although I could do with some more in my inventory anyway. So let's take those and then put back the. Oh, he's still less than a stack. Fine. I can take that then. And we'll take some ramps because I'm bound to need them. But yeah, regular speaks the sense. So we'll come back over here. In fact, that brings up the why not just put both elevators at the actual. It's pretty close to the level they're needed, but it's not quite there. So what I should do here is get out some of those that crazy quantity of stone I've got, and go right. We're just going to mark the level here, like that, and then do the same up here. Mark a level. There we go. And yes, regular's idea is makes entirely too much sense. No, makes a lot of sense. So pull that out and pull that out. Then I get out from underneath here, and then I can put in my freight elevators at this level, at the correct levels, rather than just chucking them in at an arbitrary level just because it was where stuff was done before. So I can put a top there and another top here. No, not that. And that goes there. Then I can pull out all of these ramps, and possibly, to be honest, some of this stone once I've done this, because it is a bit silly. But it was a nice, easy way of marking things out for as an aid to thinkings. Right. So then over here we have a pair of exerters. Oh, and these are going to need foundation. Forgot about that. But for now, I'll just sort of sketch everything in to start with. You're going to go that way. You're going to go from there to... heck, where was the input? It's that one, isn't it? Yeah. And then over here, from there to there. That. One by one, that and that, and whoop. That foundation goes across there, and then I need to link it to over here. It should be easy enough. Right, like that. So these are now, yep, these, oh no, they're trying to be intakes. Output, output, there we go. And then I do the same up here as well. No, let's be smarter this time. Whoop, let's fall, alternatively, let's just fall straight in the hole I've just dug. I'm kind of spoiled by having the jetpacks, meaning it doesn't actually matter when I fall in holes and things. If it wasn't for that, maybe I'd be a little bit more careful. I don't know. I probably wouldn't, but maybe I would. And then we need some more belt. Where's your input? There's your input. Goes to there. Goes to, well. No. Stupid. Misclicks. Let's try that again with the actually aim it correctly this time. So it goes into there. No, backwards like that. There we go. All right, so those are my elevators, bringing the resources up from the depths of Mordor or something. And we've also still got a few random bits of belt in here that shouldn't be, and a few bits of foundation that shouldn't be as well. Probably that one. Yeah. This whole area down here is now a little bit of a mess because I've gone in and made design changes, should we say? Oh, we're going to need power down here as well. I forgot about that. Okay. Well, we're going to need a trench across here for foundation. Then it might as well go round here. And then I guess the easiest way to get power here is just to have a a really tall piece of foundation going up there. So we'll come back to that in a moment. We'll have that round there and there. Then we'll switch to vertical build mode. Going up. Still going up. Oh, that's as far as I can go in one go. Still going up. And then hitting something. Well, that can be just lasered through, can't it? In fact, I can go through here like this. And join onto there. Oh, I'm still in vertical mode. There we go. Lovely. Kind of. Ignore the chasm over here of that's just been generally just completely wrecked. All right, my next thought is, so I was thinking previously, yes, believe it or not, that's interesting. I was thinking that maybe future remote outpost areas should be connected up by shouldn't be connected up by mains power, and should be connected by solar instead. Oh, that's wrong. Yes, exactly. What Regular said, he's spot on. Yes, the passenger elevators can transport it, but not the freight ones, which is a shame. But oh well, it wasn't too difficult to fix up. So yeah, I was thinking previously that I should, for any new systems that I put in, any new remote outposts rather, I should power them with local solar rather than running the and batteries, of course, rather than running the pylons out to them. Now this one is a lot less far away than I was originally thinking when I thought that, because I was originally thinking of something like the area where I'm making the green circuits. However, I have had that thought, and therefore am tempted to continue with it. So, which around here would be done by running. Yeah, I put in some solar panels up here, then on maybe flatten this out. No, solar panels on this flat area over here, and then run high voltage down there and whack in a transformer in the bottom of this pit area, and that would power this, and that would allow me to power all of these machines. So I think that's probably going to be a more interesting way to do it. So let's do a little bit of terraforming. Like that. Now, solar panels, I believe, do need, despite being high voltage doohickeys, do actually need to be placed on foundation. So I'll put in some of that. Like so. And then, is there any chance I've got some solar panels? There is. I've got 5 of them. Okay, so we'll put in these 5 solar panels. Okay, Sophia. Well, thank you for dropping by. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you in the next one. Then I'll put in my 5 solar panels. Boop, boop, boop. No, not there. You can't click and drag in this game, and even if you could, you'd probably get it wrong because it's 3D and therefore more awkward. Link them all up. And then I guess I also need some batteries. Let's see if we've got some batteries. We have got some batteries. I'm going to shoot that rock. And then fill in that gap. And then line things up nicely. 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. And I can run the power cable on top. So this is the funny thing. You can link the batteries to batteries can be linked to batteries and solar panels to solar panels, but you can't link one to the other. So I now need to put a pylon here and then link that to there as well. And then I have power. And I can go from here to no, it's middle mouse button to switch power pole type. I've got wall mounted ones. I have. Sweet. Put one of you in here. Another one here. And another one here. And then I'll make a little space down here for my transformer. So let's go full 4x4 because I'm lazy. Boom. 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 Good. No water. That's what I like to see. Put that in there. This probably only needs a small transformer, but I've got the big ones now, so I'm going to use them. I think I've got them. There it is. There they are. Transformer large. Stick you in your little alcove there, and then run in a cable like this. Bim, bim. Why are you offline? So, oh, it's night time, presumably. Yes, night fell at the worst possible moment. We have 0 power in the charge in the batteries, and the solar panels have gone offline. Great. Okay, well, we'll just have to wait all night long. In the meantime, I'm just going to build up all of this stuff around here. So, first things first. Actually, let's put in some more flooring around here, so I stop falling through it. I've got all this convenient stone, so let's use that. Because it sort of matches the strata at this level. Do that, and then same over here. This is the problem with digging with explosives: is you don't end up with a nice, neat room to work in, space to work in. It's all sort of craggy and horrible. Oh, I didn't bring more drills over. Ah, rage. Oh well, never mind. Right, so over here, I then need more. I don't know why I'm looking in there because it's not there. I then need more belt 3. I've got 5 pieces of it left. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go back to base. I'm going to get some more belt 3. And I'm going to get some more drone miners. And I'm going to do some upgrade. I'm going to finish off that area, finish off that mine. Alright, so belt 3s come from about there. There. Whee! Zoop. Nope, that's the splitters. Must be here. Yeah, there we go. There's another 200. That's probably going to be enough. So I remember looking into drone miners a little while ago because I unlocked the second tier of them and I assumed they're going to be twice as fast. So we've got the drone miner 1s. They have a drone range of 6 and a drone count of 4. These have a drone range of 8 and a drone count of 4. But they use more power. And they're the same size of building. So I don't think they're actually going to pull the rock out of the ground any quicker than the other ones. So I don't think there's any point in using more advanced drone miners. If they had twice as many drones or something like that, or if they had a longer range, that might be worth it. But they must be over this way, further over this way. Where are my drone miners? Medium soda, belt. Mining drills, there they are. I don't know what I was looking for. It's another 10? Yeah, another 10 will be enough. And then nearly 11:15. That's almost real world time. I should probably stop fairly soon. I did say before I started the stream to one of my friends that I was probably not going to be streaming very late tonight because I am already tired. She told me I'm talking nonsense because I always say things like that, and then I get engrossed in the stream and I'm having fun and I just don't want to stop, and it goes on forever, and yeah. And she's not wrong. So, but I will, yeah. But I want to finish this mine off because it's exciting and useful. And no, go the other way. There we go. Boop. Right, there we go. So that's bringing that in there, and then we need another ramp there, and some more belt. Right, and then this comes along here. Excellent, and then along here. That, and then we've got miners all the way along one side. Sorry, all the way along two sides filling one belt, and along the other two sides filling the other belt. It would help if they had inserters, admittedly. It would also help if they had power, but you know, we can't do anything about that just yet. But we've taken steps in that direction. I should have brought more solar panels over. Although, I don't know, I feel like solar panels produce quite a lot of power. So I wouldn't be surprised if 5 of them is enough for this whole mining operation. Especially as I don't think drone miners use that much power. There's a hole there. There shouldn't be a hole there. I should go back and fill that. I think I only did 3 sides when I was going around filling in the gaps. This wall is a bit too close. I can't get out. There we go. Right, so there we go. That is now done, in inverted commas. And I say in inverted commas because there's a few things that aren't actually working yet, like the drills. But they're not working because of a power problem, rather than because there's anything, I think, inherently wrong with them. We'll find out sooner or later. How long is it till dawn? Dawn is we get power at 8 o'clock, so another 7 hours. Okay. I want to say that's not too long, but it feels like quite a long time, to be honest. So I'll amuse myself just opening this area up a little bit more so I can wander around the outside of the drills without getting stuck on things. Just squaring the cave off a little bit. Like that. And actually I need to push it back a little bit further here as well. My squaring off was insufficiently square. Go up to full size. Zoom. Off. And then block in there. Oh, come on, a little bit more. There we go. I keep sort of letting go slightly too soon because I don't want to zap through more wall than I'm intending to and make a huge mess. So I need to consider clearing up, or at least it makes my mind slightly less nice than it should be. Like that. Oh well. I can at least run around the outside of here now. So this should be when these all kick in, and as long as they are capable of filling the belts, which I'm pretty sure they should be, when this all kicks in and starts running, we should get the same amount of copper running into the factory as we had before, and everything should carry on exactly as it was. I am a little bit concerned about how long this patch is going to last because we are pulling it out at speed at this point. Maybe I should be considering another mission off to this one to do exactly the same thing. Have another 2 belts coming along here and feed them into the freight elevators, because that's not too far away. That's kind of manageable. And then there's one down here, but that's quite a long way away. Beyond that, it's almost let's wait until they implement trains in this game and start bringing in stuff in a different way, or alternatively, tap this patch down here some more, and then have more aircraft that are bringing over copper, or look into what copper is made into, maybe start bringing over electronic components from here as well as circuits and dropping them in on various places along here. I'm just thinking of trying to get more stuff into the aircraft than I would if I just launched it with just a handful of just full of copper or copper ore or copper plates. Plates would be ore would actually be better at this stage, assuming all the stack sizes are the same, which they're probably not, admittedly. But because I think you turn. Yeah, because with belt-wise, I'm turning 2 belts of copper ore, or copper ore rubble, into 3 belts of copper rods. So maybe I'd be better off transporting as copper as the rubble. However, it's also quite possible that the aircraft doesn't carry a number of items; it carries a number of stacks of items. So I don't actually know, but I definitely felt that it made sense to turn the into green circuits before shipping, even though that meant I needed to bring in plastic. But then bringing in plastic was fine. That was just another aircraft, so it wasn't difficult. I've got 4 hours to kill before dawn. Let's nip over here to the copper vein and have a look at that. I'm sure it's working fine. Reasonably sure. Haven't looked at it. It's probably working fine. But let's go and check it out anyway while we wait for dawn and wait for the systems over there to actually start kicking in and producing some copper. Yeah, this is the long trail of pylons I put in, and then realised afterwards that it would have been much easier to just put in a large solar field over here and power this area separately. But I didn't think of it in time, so oh well, c'est la vie. And here we go. How are we getting on? There is... Okay, yeah, we've got 2 belts of rubble, as we'd expect. I never actually hooked these 2 up, which is why they're just sort of floating in the air like weirdnesses. And then over here, that's producing enough copper, enough electronic components that the belt has ground to a halt. What's this other? Oh, it's the output. Some of the machines are working. We've got enough green circuits that this box over here has filled up completely. The aircraft has flown off. Yeah, so basically we've got a large extra capacity of available here over what we're using. I think I could probably, looking at the machines the smoke's coming out of, I reckon we're running at 50% capacity. So if I guess if I wanted to run this quicker, I'd then bring the other 2 belts in from up here, drop them in, and it would run twice. Yeah, then we'd have the whole system running. So I think I've probably got the numbers about right on this, roughly. I did try to get it right, and I'm not sure, but I'm not quite sure whether I did or not. Right, but anyway, that's ticking over nicely. We have a plentiful supply of the green circuits, and it's now 5:30 in the morning. 2.5 hours till we get solar power again, and I can actually find out whether this system is working or not, or alternatively whether I'm going to need to run. I could just run foundation all the way around, all the way down the tunnel, but this sort of feels nicer doing it like this somehow. There's the solar. Right, I'm nearly there. At least having something on the surface makes it a bit easier to find your mines. Otherwise, it'd be very, very hard to spot this, even with the open cast we've got going on. I suppose I could mark some of this for deconstruction, or just open this area up a little bit more. It's almost harder to be subtle with the big laser, or it's harder to dig out what you want with the big laser, because it's just not remotely subtle, and hard to put in the right place as well. That's true. Yeah, the waypoint is still copper processing, but it's certainly not copper mine. You're quite right. Okay, that's a bit more of a flat surface now. Let's Now so I could probably do that. And that. And that. And just drag the thing around too quickly so it doesn't work at all. That is also an option. Apparently. Yeah, let's update the waypoint on the map as well, because as you say, this is now the main copper mine for the factory. So it should probably be what it said, what it's labelled on the map. So you should no longer remove waypoint. Yes, you can now be copper. Cooper? God. Copper mine. And you're about that colour, I think. Close enough. Ooh, unlock shape orientation. Oh, I see. That's quite cool. So I can get it like that, pointing that way, and then I can lock it, and it means I could then dig straight into this wall here. Presumably, well, only a little bit actually, but yeah, that's quite neat. Or I could go that on the ceiling and lock it like that, so I'm always digging flat upwards. That's quite neat. That's going to be kind of useful for digging these weird bits around the edge of the mine that I might want to tidy up a little bit. Oh, 7:45. We're about to get solar power. Grid is now strained, grid is now online. There we go. So we are pulling in 3.2 megawatts, all of which is going straight into the batteries. Excellent, because the whole system over here is using a whole oh no, it's going up, it's going up, it's going up. Ah. Okay, the amount of power being used over here is jumping around quite a bit. I think it's slightly less than we're actually... So I guess what happens is when the robots fly back to the bot station, then that's when it uses power, I suppose. But we do now have... That looks like 2 full belts to me. Happy with that. So that means that, yeah, this drill here is filling up. So we're always going to have full belts because we've got full drills at the end of them. So right, okay, so that's flowing through nicely. The power is, as it gets up and running, is going to start being a bit more... we're going to start using less of it, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So we should start charging the batteries up. But I still think I could do with a bit more solar power up there. So let's go and get some more solar panels. And also, while I'm out that way, let's check on the... everything else. Make sure the copper flow has started again. Tromp, 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 tromp. I should have gone above ground. It'd have been quicker, rather than following the tunnels. And this is kind of it is going to where I want to go, but not as quickly as flying would. Where's the way out? Here's the way out. Right, yep, that's flowing in from one of them, and the second one has started flowing now as well. Good. So we've got, yes, solid yellow belts coming out up here. It's going to take a while for it to actually start producing copper over at the other end, so we'll check on that on the way back. What do I need? Solar panels. Bump. Solar panels. Gimme. Alright, I'm going to go and put them in straight away. I think that's a priority. Because then it gives it more time during the day. It's only 9:30 in the morning now, but it will give it more time during the day to get everything charged up. I think the batteries are probably going to be alright. I also think the buffer that's going to be held in the drills and on the belts and so on may well mean that things just carry on working even if we technically run out of power. But I don't really want to gamble on that. I'll put in a second string of them along here as well. Try again. There and there. You can see why I copy paste so much, can't you? Because it's just a bit more reliable than me trying to drag on the map, it seems. Now I gather that you typically need 1 battery for every 2 solar panels, so I'm not going to build too many more of those yet. but that should allow us to now charge the batteries up twice as quickly. There we go. The battery is still only charging at about 1 and a bit meg. That's still only at 3.2 megawatts and there's only 5 solar panels. What? Oh, yeah, I didn't connect the that new one in there to that one. There we go. That'll help. So in that case, it's quite sort of mollifying to see that we got up to 5% battery charge even in that time. So there we go. Now we've got 7.8 megawatts coming in, and we're still using about 2 down here. So that means the batteries are now charging up nice and quickly. I think this is going to be absolutely fine. We've got more than enough power over here. Now my minimum goal will be to make the solar capable of producing double what what's being consumed down here. The fact that it's almost 4 times. Especially now this is dipping down lower. Now that we've got now all the mining drills are starting to fill their internal buffers up, makes me think we're going to be absolutely fine. I do need to rename this. No, actually, I don't need to rename this because it's on a completely separate thing. But never mind, I will anyway. Right, and we've got maximum capacity of 25 megawatts we can pull out because we've used a large transformer here, and it's a bit unnecessary, but never mind. I'd rather carry around fewer things and overspec some of my constructions. Yeah, looking at it from above, you can see that maybe 2/3 of the drills are actually running over here. I expect that to gradually increase as we churn through this chunk, and it takes the drones a little bit longer to fly from the mining drone things over to the rock to get the copper and then fly back again, which is why I'm quite happy having slightly more drills down here than I technically need. But yeah, I think that should probably be okay. And as I said, we have that nice steady stream of copper coming out. Let's fly over the top of this mountain, take the shortcut this time. And have a look over here, and we should see, yeah, all of these are kicked in and running. And now over here we have it's not, I mean, these belts should be full, I think, but we don't have quite full belts of copper coming out for some reason. Oh no, they shouldn't. There's 4 belts coming out. There's 3 belts worth of copper spread over 4 belts coming out, so actually they shouldn't be full. It's once they come down here and are combined in here, then they should be full, and they are not far off. That's good enough, I think. And they're going to be filling up lots of buffers at the other end, so let's go and have a look at that. Coming over here, and we can now see, yes, the copper is once again flowing out of all the belts that are coming up out of the ground. That one's not running absolutely flat out because we're not making green circuits over here anymore, so that's not needed in as large a quantity. That seems to be still flowing off into the science area in large quantities, which I maybe should go and check on at some point. We've also got a decent chunk of copper flowing down here to go into the robot production, and that is all. Well, a lot of that is going to sink straight into making electronic components wherever that's happening on bulk. Here it is, over here. So we've got, yeah, the copper is just going to go shooting into here at an absolute rate, being turned into the electronic components as you see. They're going to then all flow out down here and then be. We're trying to refill all of the buffers in the world at the moment, so it's going to be a little while to get that up and running again. So the reason I started doing this was because over here we didn't have enough construction material coming out. So I think the thing I want to do before I go is come in here and go, I would like to have a bit more of that. I would like to select an area, and it will be from, I can't get to where I want to go. Okay, we're going to use some of the more advanced tools in this. So we're going to go from, oh no, actually there is fine. We're going to go from there to there, and, oh no we're not, that's wrong. Over to there. That's completely wrong. I actually want to go back in. I only want that first machine like that, because the other one is making something completely different. But that's fine. I can now confirm copy, and I don't want to do copy in place because I want to do it as a separate machine. So I can confirm my copy, and I can then shove it in here, but move it up 1 to line up with everything else. Have I got foundation in that copy? I think. Wait, what? Oh no, I'm off to the side. I'm struggling with parallax, so that goes back down to there, and then across to there. There we go. That's better. There's going to be some funny shenaniganery with the ramps in there, but we'll sort that out in a moment. So we'll do a confirm paste there. That builds that, and then we go, actually, we don't want that bit. We don't want that, and we don't want that. That's all nonsense. However, we do want a belt going from there into there, and from there out of there to there, and from there to there. And now... Oh, I left a gap. Oh well, never mind. Now we should see... Yes, that's got all of the... It's got some of all of the inputs needed. The problem is, we're not actually making stuff fast enough. Might be the concrete that's the limiting factor here. Maybe once it's got enough to run once, it's quite a slow recipe. So in the time it takes to run that first time, it'll pick up enough to run a second time. What goes into one of these things? Where is construction material? Is it a component? It's not a decor. It's not a structure. It's decor? It's a component. Okay. So it's 90... Oh, we're not getting the thermalite sheets in anything like fast enough. The steel beams are fine. Yeah, it's waiting for thermalite. Okay. Over here's the thermalite. It's coming in on a red belt. Let's upgrade that, because why not? It was just, I think, the rate that the belt was feeding it in at that was the problem. And now it's all getting nicked by this machine. But that may or may not be a problem. And also the rest of the factory down the way. So that's running now. This one is 6. If we could just get some through, it'd be very much appreciated. Oh dear. We've got 16 million of it up in space. We just haven't got enough of it down here in the squashed form. Oh, here comes some through now. And now that's running. Thing is, though, actually this is only about half full. So I think this might be okay. This might be sustainable. I don't know why there's a piece of red belt pointing in that direction under there. Let's fix that, and then probably... Oh no, it doesn't seem to need fixing over here. Seems alright. I don't know how I managed that then. We can let this run. But there's clearly not going to be enough thermalite coming through to put a third machine in there as well. I don't think. Oh, actually, maybe there is. Because this has got more than another build's worth now. And this one is only about to finish. Okay, that finishes and it dumps it all out onto out there. And then obviously starts drinking it all in. But this one has got to 142. So it's getting in more than it needs, but not enough more to put another machine in. Okay, we'll leave that as is. I've doubled the amount of construction material coming through anyway, and that's now all flowing into here to be taken up to space. So we should be able to get a bit more of that flowing. This is nearly... I think when this fills up, it's ready for a spaceship. Bink, like that. So now actually that's full. So we'll let the internal buffers fill up in these machines. Spaceship can come in like that. Load up with construction material. And the thing is, once you've got enough of it, it flows in almost as quickly along this belt as it loads into the spaceship. So you don't really lose out on the amount in the inside the. Oh, you can see it there. It's still showing 192 out of the 200 that fit in it, because it only fills the spaceship up ever so slightly faster than a yellow belt pumps it in. So now that we've got a good supply of it coming in, as soon as this ship leaves, we'll fill it up. We'll fill the spaceport up almost immediately, and then we'll be able to have another ship coming down again almost immediately. So things should go fairly well from there on, I think. Oh, and there it goes. And no, 200. It's full again. Right. So now we're basically filling up the buffers in the machines over here, trying to get to a point where we've got enough to and there's 119 in here and none in here. So, to be honest, maybe we didn't actually need a second machine. Once we got the supply running again, it was going to be okay. But I don't feel too bad about having a bit more buffered in there. Right, it is tomorrow, so I am going to stop playing at this point and go to bed. This is not quite the early night I was planning when I started before I started streaming. So I think today has been quite a bitty sort of stream, I guess, in that I've been running around sort of doing quite a lot of different things, but having done that, I feel like a lot of those different things have been sort of quite valuable. And getting them done has been very, very useful, and sort of got lots of things sorted out in the factory so that it can carry on working at peak efficiency and just carry on making all the things. And now I've sorted out a lot of the shortages, so I can then get on with making another one of these assembly lines next time and building more of the robots. So let's have a look. What have I actually done today? So the copper vein mine, I did that last week. Same with the green circuits. But I looked into circuit control of my my electrical generation systems. So we're now hopefully producing basically all of our power through high voltage systems. Let's see if we can find there's a transformer down there to have a look at and try and find out what's going on. I think I can look at any machine actually, but never mind. Right, so the batteries are completely full. It's what time of the day? It is 5 o'clock. So okay, that's good. The batteries are nearly full because the sun's about to go down, but they are completely full. Therefore, all of my steam turbines are offline. What I really want to see is how much power is left in the batteries at sort of 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, just before the solar kicks back in again. But we are only using half of the power we're generating, so I think we now actually have enough solar to keep the whole that we can probably run just off it. So that was getting the solar up and running, and then doing the circuit network connections to get that to run. To get the turbines to turn off overnight, I feel was quite a big step in the right direction. Then, of course, there was that new copper mine over here because this one ran out. That was a bit of a panic at the end there when I realised that there were problems. But I think probably the biggest thing was getting the Science Pack 5 up and running over here. So let's go and nope, it's this way. Let's go and see how we're doing for those Science Pack build up. The inventory, the researchers seem to be taking a while, which makes me think that the science packs are not being made fast enough. They're borderline fast enough. Maybe I just need more labs. Maybe these are really, really expensive researchers, which makes sense because they're kind of end game-ish ones. Inventory size 5 is a 300 science pack research, whereas some of the other things I've been doing recently haven't seemed to take too long, like getting the mining laser. Yeah, like getting solar, should we say? Solar was... Oh, it doesn't tell me because I've completed it. That's helpful. Okay, I don't know, but it is 300 packs, which doesn't seem that many, but then also, I think that it's also fairly... It's 45 seconds each. The inventory one's 120... this one's 120 seconds per research, so I probably need to... If I want this to run at a nice speed, I'm going to need to extend the number of labs I have quite a lot further. Way out over here. But then some of the other researchers are a bit quicker, and to be honest, there are a lot of things I've been doing that don't involve research, so I don't see that as too much of a problem. I'm reasonably happy with this system as long as it's actually working. I see there seems to be a bit of a shortage of robot parts along here. That's due to a shortage of copper, probably because we're refilling everything and these belts are a bit slow. So if we follow this one back, we can see that there is an entire red belt feeding all of the science area, and that's being fed by part of a yellow belt. So I think that's probably why we're struggling a little bit over here, and I don't have the belts on me to upgrade this. So that's going to be something to look at next time. There is not enough copper coming into the science area, so copper is a problem as usual. But that's something to look at next time. So I think this is going to be the end of the stream. Thank you very much everyone for watching. Don't forget to come back on Monday when we'll be playing some more Planetary Pioneers. That will be at 7:30 PM UK time as usual. There'll be videos coming out on the channel tomorrow and Friday, and let's see, I think they're both Factorio ones if you're not a supporter from last week. But if you are a supporter, you get a shiny new Factorio video tomorrow and a Foundry video on Friday, which I'm about halfway through editing at the moment, so I'm going to need to pull my finger out on that one. I've lost my buffer evaporated when I went on holiday. And of course, I'll be back playing some more Foundry next Wednesday at 8 PM as usual. Apparently, there's a gap between those things you can fall through. So yeah, please come along then and check it out. Right, and if you are watching on Twitch, we shall go off and find somebody else to raid. If I can find someone playing Foundry, I shall do so. If I can't, then I'll raid. I'll probably go off and raid someone who I've been following before. And if not, we'll go for Factorio because that's always an old favourite. But thank you very much everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I think that's about it. Good night, No Guard. Good night, Regular. Good night, Sphere. And oh no, Sphere's already gone. Good night, anyone else who's still here and still watching. Thank you very much for watching. Right, so Twitch, and we've done the poll. Don't need that anymore. Right, raid. Let's see. Is there anybody playing Foundry? Search. Ooh, there is. There's somebody else playing Foundry. Right. Well, let's go and raid that one. Start raid. Let's go. I say let's go. There's then that 10-second delay, but we are nearly going.